Boo. It's me.
Hello, we're here.
Though what happens when I procrastinate too much? I know. Love getting age restrictions on a video because I said the word no mercy. Thank you, that stupid dumbass game. How long is Trump's speech at fucking Davos? Hour and a half? I'm not gonna watch this entire fucking thing. I'm just gonna watch the fucking highlights because it's all gonna be the exact same fucking incessant bullshit probably. Oh, look at me, I've done everything so well all the time. I'm so good. I'm the best at everything. Blah blah blah. Like, what else is there? He got mad at Carney, essentially saying fuck you, and he's getting mad at the Europeans. He wanted to slap a 200% tariff. The CIA was just like, no, don't fuck with the money, stop it. Apparently there's going to be no more fucking tariff. He's backing off now, and he says that they're going to work on a deal, whatever the fuck that means. It's all a shit show. Because of him. Being an idiot. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch the full fucking thing of Trump at fucking Davos. I'm just gonna watch the insane clips, I think. Fuck that. Open carry will become legal in New York. Interesting. No more music. Oh, that's a lot of Aaron Rupar clips. But yeah, I'm just gonna go probably go over the main highlights of the fucking of like Gavin Newsom was apparently there as well. It's fucking weird, man. I'm not gonna go over the whole entirety of that fucking dumbass speech. There's basically no point. Okay. Trying to think how I want to approach this. We're gonna basically just stick these things right next to each of these things. No, I don't think it's gonna work. exactly am I going to get stuff out of these things if I can't do it like this then, huh? Okay. Okay. I guess this will work. Wait 2 seconds. Always better to make those things locally then. So true, and real, and based. I am Destiny. Can I get a reel? I love Destiny. He's my favorite streamer. Oh my god, he's my favorite streamer. Oh my god, I soy out for Destiny. Shut up, Boy Meets Mini. You're gay and not conservative. Derogatory. You're gay. Not real. Shut up, Boy Meets Mini. You're not a real conservatord. Oh, I'm also, by the way, I'm not watching the entirety of that fucking Davos speech. I just refuse. I wholeheartedly just refuse to watch the entirety of that fucking speech. I'm not gonna lie. Absolutely the fuck not. I'm gonna be so for real. No, I'm just gonna go over the highlights. He's like threatening Canada and shit. And French. Just doing standard Trump dumbassery. me more biorecycling plants. We love ice, don't we, folks? Let me grab my crapapult. Okay, that's going to be... That's going to be iron plates. Correctamundo. What about him? Yeah, Trump threatened him as well. It was a good speech. His speech was very good. So that's why Trump is threatening him now. Ugh, they made that on purpose, dude. I don't know, it's Trump. He'll just constantly make threats all the time. He doesn't care. He doesn't give a shit. That's iron plates. And our gun's getting ammo now. Now we can think about making some circuits, because we have iron and everything else. Who the fuck knows? But he's making threats again. May have to get a little bit creative. It's not exactly the prettiest thing on the planet, but it works. This base is going to be very long. What, Mr. Krabs? Do not have a lot of substations, so I can't really afford to lose those. Don't need that one. Oh, is that nuking clankers or something? Oh yeah, we killed a lot. I killed a lot of them. We certainly did. I ended up going on foot and finishing them off. Okay, iron plates, we got copper cable, and a bunch of other shit. Okay, cool. That should be fine. I need steel for this stuff? And wind turbines. What do we need for wind turbines? Ugh, that's so annoying. Alright, so that's gears and all that stuff. Steel. Alright, so we got gears, we got circuits, and a way to get rid of excess. How on earth am I making steel on this fucking planet? Because what do I need? I need to make 1,000 of these things. Makes 2 every single time. Okay. Well, that's good. That makes my life a little easier. Ugh. We can't really make any steel right now. We can't make activated carbon. We don't have calciners to do that. We don't have anything we can burn. At least not a lot of it. We have some spoilage, but that's not going to be enough. Oh, how do I make all the steel I need? Because we need, what, about 500 wind turbines. Gamos, more like lamos. Am I right? More like lame-woes. Satya Nadla hated that. Good. Fuck you, Satya Nadla. I don't know who you are. Or if you deserve this, my ire. But guess what? You get my ire now. What's up? Daho, that's kind of racist. I am racist. I can't... My streamer being racist? How? What the heck? I remember now who exactly you're talking about, Boy Meets Minnie. I do not like that guy. You know what? I think we're okay with talking shit on that one, dude, okay? Guys, you need generative AI for everything. Whoa, 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 Alex, you're saying you're being anti-Semitic. Whites, why are you so anti-Semitic, dude? What the fuck? I'm gonna have to ban you now from twitch.tv/daharambis because I have 3 IQ conservatives telling me that I have to do that because you're so anti-Semitic. Fuck's wrong with you? I don't have an electrical cable to make another catapult. Oh, that's fun, actually. So those are made by recycling plants. Okay. Those pipe ports look so weird on the recycling plant. I can't believe that Boy Meets Mini would they them post in this channel of all places. Shaking my head. We are good religious conservatives here in this house. You will not they them post. Boy Meets Mini. Those guys are stinky in their winkies and their binkies, and I hate them. Uh-oh, stinky. Biorecycling plants. My robots. My robots can get destroyed? What the heck? That's fucked up. Fuck, I need steel in order to make these damn recycling plants. I have no idea how we're gonna make any. Oh, we have electric furnaces. Well, those work. Oh, okay. Never mind. No, we can do that. I forgot we had electric furnaces. I thought I had no access to any kind of furnaces that was non-electric. Okay, never mind. We're good. We have steel. Boy meets mini, you are a part of the sandwich race. Your upper maxilla is showing. You are sandwich race. Sandwich. You are a part of the sandwich race. Your upper maxilla is showing. You are sandwich. Why are you so unsandwich race? Still have no idea what the Eyes of Doom mean. I'm not gonna lie. I still don't get that, by the way. I still don't get it. If we only knew any women. Are there any women? Any women who know about their upper maxillas? And why they're a part of the ham sandwich race? Or the sandwich? Yeah, doesn't Clavicular hate Sydney Sweeney though? He thinks she's like cucked or whatever. He thinks she's a part of the sandwich race. He thinks her upper maxilla is totally cucked, so therefore she's also cucked or some shit, right? I don't know. All I know is that we are all sandwich-res. Sandwich. Well, we got steel now. Nice. Alright, so we have all the necessary raw material in order to be able to proceed then. Just gotta get enough of it. So we need like 500 of these wind turbines. Which means I can make more crapapults then. Because now we have a source of steel. Boy, Mitsmini, I know you that you are a part of the sandwich race. Why are you a part of the sandwich race? Your degeneracy is betraying you. Why are you a part of the sandwich race? The sandwich. Running a little low on bullets. Alright, we're good on bullets. There are actually South Asian people who are mixed with the sandwich race. Yeah, but we don't know if that's the sandwich race. Measurehead doesn't say if that's the sandwich race. We need Lord Measurehead to be able to tell us. You know, I do hope that one day we somehow get our own Measurehead. Someone just comes to the chat and just starts talking about, like, moral degeneracy and the sandwich race. We get our own Measurehead. That'd be based. Not in like a good way, but because it'd be, like, really, really funny. Flipped and shipped. Davos actually racist against ham sandwiches? Find out more. Yeah, Clavicular is not... He's not dedicated to the craft. He doesn't give a fuck. He's too, like... He's too busy, like, being, like... Honestly, like, I'm gonna... Like, this is gonna sound, like, as memey as possible, but, like, being transgender. He's too busy being trans. Unironically, though.
True, and yeah, that's pretty true. That's true, and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. That's pretty true. That's pretty true. I mean,
Yeah, Clavicular definitely does not have his head in the game for this shit. He's not like, he's not racist enough for this. He doesn't care. He doesn't have that motion. He's not that white boy with that motion. You know? He doesn't have the passion. No, I definitely got that take from Twitter, and I asked every other trans person that I knew. They're just like, "Oh, you're 1000% correct. Yeah, he is the first male-to-male transgender." I am not the first to have said this. But it is true. He is definitely like, I mean, he hits himself with a fucking hammer in order to look smacks. It's fucking weird, dude. Oh, also, I guess we got additional artillery range, so our artillery goes even further out now. He dose maxes amphetamines as well. Yeah, he does meth. It's just a severe amount of mental illness. Like, I'm gonna be so for real. Huh? Oh god. I'm getting attacked. Oh god. My shit's getting fucking swarmed. Oh, we aggroed a bunch of nests, didn't we? What the fuck? Where did those guys come from? That's true. Measurehead does not do drugs. Where did these fucking dumbasses come from? What the hell? Fuck you. Disappear. Shatter away. Oh, it's because the artillery... Oh, yeah, the artillery hit those guys over there. It didn't kill them, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, we didn't have coverage there, because we don't have coverage, I think, on this side, like, whatsoever. I mean, we have a couple of turrets in place. Yeah, they got some kills. And some just snuck in through here. That's fine. Don't ask about the burning piles of corpses. You'll not like the answer. I've completely forgot I have this. There's like some nests over here that were built up by the biters. I forgot I have a rapid response vehicle. And you can see what I mean by rapid. This was kind of the idea I was hoping to have specifically with the Spidertrons and the nukes. Because doing this with explosive rockets is not enough. Dead. I mean, that is how this mod works. The Spidertron remote mod with all these new vehicles, that's how it works. Turns everything into essentially a CNC game. No survivors. Grading its biggerness as well. 2 passes, dead. And these things are way faster than Spidertrons. That's a good amount of clearing, we'll come back to that. Shit's probably getting destroyed here. to killing. Also, the AI doing this is smart. It will always use precise amount of rockets. It will not just waste rockets. Yeah, because this thing just it fires a shit ton of rockets. Also, yes, Alex, I am being a colonizer. What are you going to do about it? I see enemies against my interests. I'm even on another planet. I will just remote control kill you with a fucking gunship. You see this, Alex? I am the colonizer now. And it feels good. I am that evil. I think I can also do the same thing with the helicopter.
I was wrong about you, Senator. You're not cringe. You're just fucking racist!
Based? I think shit's getting destroyed on Rubia. Okay, no more fun. We had our fun. Oh no, it's Mr. Bashington with the beers. Well, well, well. If it isn't Beer Bash Johnson doing a raid, like a liberal. What are you, fucking liberal? Boy Meets Mini was also participating in a Johnson raid. What the heck? I see how it is, Boy Meets Mini, you traitor against the Imperium of Man. You racist. But anyway, gamers! I'm Da Harumba. I play video games, I yap about politics, yada yada yada. I guess today you're gonna be coming in on a bit of a, more special episode because we're going to be doing an Attack on Grifters episode today on Blaire White. So that'll be fun. We're currently on a garbage planet. I mean, it's this planet's all about garbage. I'm also participating in colonial actions. I'm being a colonizer. I basically take my my Chud aircraft over here. I make a remote control out of thin air, and then I send it off to harass the locals. So there goes my little guy. Yes, I do pollute the local environment, as one should. Epic prawn? What the heck? What is this? What is this liberal? What's this liberal doing here? What's up, Epic prawn? Oh yeah, and I murder people. Murder. 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 No one is allowed to live, Smile. Alright. Ran out of ammo again. What's going on here? Oh, also we're on this trash planet. Literally. Literally, this planet is made out of twash. Literally, this planet is twash. I think we need to make more iron plates. Because we are just not consuming enough magazines, so we need to make more iron plates. Also, Prawn, I don't know if you've heard this take, but we've come to the immortal science of clavicular is the first female or male to male transgender. Let it be known that clavicular is definitely trans. And we're saying trans derogatory in this house, of course. Because that dude's a fucking weirdo. Definitely a transgender. That boy is a trans. Very important for everyone to know that clavicular is transgender, okay? Everyone, make sure that you know that clavicular is trans. Never forget the fact that he's trans. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I think I may need to make a crapapult for all these iron plates that I have. Oh yeah, he is a looks maxer, yes. No, you have to learn more. You can't, like, clavicular, he's the way, he is the new way for all aspiring, he's the new way for all aspiring transgender, men. This is real and true. He's the truth, clavicular. We're looks maxing. That's more the Rizzler. That's not really looks maxing. The Rizzler is not cringe. Can we all just say that the Rizzler's not cringe? Can we say that the Rizzler's based? I think the Rizzler's based. I'm gonna be honest. I personally believe that the Rizzler's based. I think the Rizzler is base and looks maxers are cringe. Yeah, he does have Riz. Clavicular is cringe. Well, they may just also call him the Rizzler because it's a gimmick. But that's me just engaging in meta commentary, which is gay and also potentially transgender, which is obviously bad in the United States of America. We can't be gay or transgender, right? Not allowed. That's illegal. It's been made illegal in Trump's America. Alright, we're scaling up our production here a little bit. As you can see, we have scaled up. I'm just waiting for the Zoran Mamdani Rizzler Rizzoff, personally. This isn't exactly working as I had hoped, unfortunately. Accursed lane balancing, lane biases. We just have to cut these two off, I think. Not happy about that. I was hoping to potentially have this shit done. Don't think that's gonna happen. These are automated. We need more. Yeah, 'cause I need like 500 of all these fucking bullshit ass bullshit. Because I have to, what? To get to the next science pack and to the next set of items is where everything becomes way more fucking complicated. Need this shit. Yeet 1,000 makeshift recycling packs. Wait, does these have like 0 seconds of spoil time? No, they spoil in 3 minutes. That's fine. Direct insertion's still probably better anyways. You know what I would find to be really, really funny, though? If somehow, in some way, Clavicular sees all of the people who are calling him trans, and he gets, like, a reaction to it. I think that would be really funny. I would watch to see what he says about that. I'd be like, yo, what does he say about everyone calling him trans? Because that's probably really funny. I don't know why everyone's calling me trans. I'm not gay. He either lanes into being the first M2M influencer or he gets comically mad. Probably mad. He's like an alpha bro type. Either way, it's funny. So, if it's funny, then therefore it's good. It's funny. If he leaned into it, that would be really, really funny. But I don't think he will. People like that guy are fucking pussies. Okay, so we know that this makeshift science pack is made 2 at a time. We'll eventually be able to replace all of our yellow ammo with red ammo. Because the next recipe with the Capuric shitters will give us red ammo, which will double our DPS. So that'll be good. The next science pack that we have to make. So this is where this shit gets a lot more fucking complicated. So I'm definitely going to get rid of this like little furnace setup that I have. Making whatever the fuck. Those rails are just gonna get in the way. Oh, we can always just launch them up with the crapapult, so that's fine. They do want you to use trains, though, on this planet, though. I know that, so I'll probably save a bunch of rail for myself. Probably, like, 3,000. 3,000 rail should be more than enough. I don't know how exactly the Trasheroids will interact with the, with all the garbage. Oh, with rail, if they'll destroy them. But if it's like Fulgora, lightning doesn't destroy them. It ignores them. That mechanic there's a little different. I don't know. Okay, so this will give us blue chips and engine units. This will give us a lot more gears and steel plates. This will give us oil. So that's going to be 2 of the 3 things that will give us 2 of the 3 things needed for rockets. And then we have the Ghetto Biorecycling Science Pack. And we'll see what exactly happens after we craft 1,000 of these fucking things and then throw them into a crap bowl. As well as the Junkie Bacter. I can't use any catalytic chemical plants. Well, like chemical plants to make these fucking bacteria. That's kind of cringe and liberal and gay. Derogatory. And woke. Libtard, cringe, gay, woke. Oh, I appreciate that, user. And various characters after that. Thanks, man. I appreciate that. But yeah, it's true. The economy has killed passion. Well, it's also killed a lot of other stuff, but... You know, I go into that in the video. I appreciate that, bud. I need more iron plates. Which means I need more bullets. I just need more stuff. There has to be a way around this problem, and I think I have figured out a solution to my problem. just need to funnel more bullshit. That's what I mostly fucking need. Uh, 17 per second. This is a game known as Factorio. Essentially, the point of the game is you are crash landed on a planet, and you need to build a rocket to get out. How do you do that? By building a factory. However, I have, let's just say, expanded the map. So the original game is stuck on a planet called Davos. You build a factory, you get out. Very, very simple. You get access to 3 other planets. You go on them, you unlock certain technologies, and then you try to leave the solar system. That's the plan. Nothing's happening with Blaire White. It's just a series that I do where I essentially go after people for being grifters. The attack on grifters. I attack people for being grifters. Nothing's really happening to her. She's probably moved back to California and is doing, like, whatever. But it's mostly just like a, going to be a treatise on how she's a grifter, basically. So you go on different planets, you colonize them, basically, take their natural resources, get technology, leave planet, rinse and repeat. Except I have a lot of mods that have added a lot of planets. And right now I'm on the last planet I need in order to be able to unlock, well, more planets to take for myself. Yeah, she is a very, very big pick-me who basically, her whole shtick was like, if I'm like a normal person to conservatives, I'll definitely be able to gain their fucking favor, and they won't hate me for being transgender. Sorry, that failed. Oh, this game is kind of a space. It's a factory building game mostly. It's a good game. Warning. If you are neurodivergent in any way, shape, or form, you will become obsessed. There's nothing you can do about it. Okay, my guns have run out of ammo. So, enough fun killing bugs. Stuff is breaking. It does unironically teach you system design for software engineering. Many software engineers have said this. Well, Epic Prawn, that's because you are you're liberal and you're cucked. Because you're not based like me. So clearly you just need to become more based. That's because I'm interviewing for software engineering jobs now. That's fair. Listen, what Boy Meets Mini has forgotten to mention is that this was a game designed by software engineers. Made by software engineers for software engineers. But Daho, you're an IT guy. You're not in software engineering. I am watching someone else do it. Oh yeah, who is that someone else? Huh? Wait, who is that someone else? I could learn software engineering. I mean, I probably could. But do I really want to become a software engineer? Do I want to become like an arch redditor? I don't want to become like Stale 2000, the arch redditor. In my personal opinion. Like, if I be like, I'm sorry to say, but software engineering has been tainted. I'm sorry. Like, I think it might be cooked for your industry. I don't want to be associated with like, I don't want to be in the same industry with as DGGers. Well, that's a really stupid mentality to have because they probably occupy a lot of different spots in the economy. I mean, shut up, reasonable voice that I'm arguing against. Fuck you. I'm doing a bit. Sir, I'm doing a bit. Software engineering is when you, is more fun when you do your own projects or in a co-op. That's true. That's true. Unfortunately, I'm not, like, busy enough trying to take, like, I don't know, some weird bribe or some shit from, like, some reality TV show, so. Well, that's been the sort of design of the economy ever since the 30s. Listen, George Carlin, when that man said, listen, it's a big club and your dumbass isn't in it, bro was right. It's a big club, your dumbass isn't in it. I cannot fucking wait to have the technology needed to bring supplies from my ship. So then I can get robots and then trivialize this planet. I probably would have to go back to school if I would have to, I don't know, get like software engineering or whatever, Boy Meets Mini. Because I'd have to fucking relearn all that shit. I'm not looking too forward for that one, sir. Not too particularly excited for that one. Alright, we almost have enough requisite material in order to be able to build these dumbass science packs. Almost. Or maybe not really almost. I need 500 of these damned recycling plants. And I need 500 of these wind turbines. I mean, we're getting there. Because this makes 2 apiece. And we need to shove 1,000 of them and shoot them into wherever the fuck we have to shoot them into. And then we unlock more recipes. I'll be able to get rid of this, basically. I think we are okay for now. In terms of dealing with the bugs. I can now pollute away with impunity. God damn it. Man, I really do forget how slow these damn assembling machines are in comparison to the bullet trains that I have now. Shove you in there. I wonder what we're gonna have to do after this. So, rocket silos. How exactly do we build rockets, then? Advanced circuits, rocket fuel, and kryptonite. Okay. The rocketizer. Place adjacent to a rocket silo. Any items inserted into this will be transferred into the rocket's cargo. This allows materials used to make rocket parts to be exported without bots. That's not that bad, actually. Neat. I'm very intrigued how this is going to... So I assume probably after this it's going to unlock the actual... science pack, which is the bio-recycling plant science pack. Which means then what we need is concrete, electric engines, pipes. We have iron plates so we can make pipes. But we need concrete. And a couple of other things. Because the only thing we care about is getting this. Make about 3,000 science. And then just... shoop! Send it off. For it to get... for us to get Operation Iron Man. And then... the world becomes our oyster to exploit. I'm assuming these things are probably going to allow us to unlock the ability to make rocket silos. This is for the science pack. These are going to be two different things, but we'll get there when we get there. I can't build these anywhere else. That kind of sucks. In fact, that really kind of sucks. Feel a little bit of wind. You know, all that's really left to do is just like wait around and just keep manually filling up all the gun turrets with ammo. We got some stuff we need to talk about anyways. Probably just stop with the Factorioing for the time being here. Just gonna be a lot of the same. On the occasional running around bombing the shit out of the biters with boogs, or with the ships, gunships. I recognize this notion destroyer individual. I think people overestimate Carney's actual policies and conflate them with his rhetoric. The volume of trade involved in Carney's recent deal with China involves $65 million of canola and approximately $50 million in Chinese EVs. Okay, the point is a reopening of the relationships. That's kind of the point. I say that in the video itself, but okay. Literal peanuts in comparison to U.S.-China trade. Opening the thing, but okay. As a Canadian, I can assure you I am also a Canadian. I don't believe that this guy's a Canadian, but whatever. I can assure you that domestic economic woes continue to be the primary concern of Canadian policy rather than anything involving foreign trade or Trump's bombastic rhetoric. I don't think I ever say that's the case, but sure, man. Carney is, in many ways, a small L liberal, technocratic reflection of Trump. That's not inaccurate. They make very powerful rhetorical appeals to their base, but it's largely theater for continuing the same policies as previous administrations, with some cosmetic updates. Baseline policy has not changed within the two nations, and after 2028, this whole Canada-U.S. spat is either going to end with the breakup of Canada's western regions, who feel burdened by a less productive and tax-consuming East, who join a Republican America, or this guy unironically fucking believes that that BC is going to join America? Does he think like BC is going to join America? What the fuck are you talking about? End up with the breakup of Canada's western regions who feel burned by a less productive and tax-consuming East. The ones who consume more taxes are what? Probably in Ontario because most people live here. I think this guy's just a pseudo-intellectual fucking dumbass. Because I don't think I ever said in the video talking about the deal that Carney made with Xi Jinping that domestic economic problems wasn't the primary concern for Canadians. Also, that's the primary concern for basically everyone within the West, so... eh? Like, technocratic reflection of Trump, but fucking Carney isn't a populist. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? Like, he didn't really use populist rhetoric to get into power. He was always a technocrat. He's a banker. The populist accusation comes from right-wingers, you know? That it's like he's supposedly appeasing to Canadian nationalism kind of shit. Yeah, with the elbows up stuff. But he didn't do shit with it. We all know, hindsight, he didn't really do anything to address, like, to stand up to Trump whatsoever. And he mostly went along with a lot of Trump's bullshit. This is the only thing where it's just like, yeah, now we're actually thinking about separating from Trump. Yeah, show us to turn this on. Alex really wanted the music. Yeah, he wasn't, like, we still basically went along with most of the US's bullshit because Carney tried to appease Trump. And now he's come to the realization that you can't fucking appease him. There's no point in trying to appease him. You can't appease him. Period. End of story. You can't. What's the point? Stupid? Just curious, which provinces in Canada contribute the most taxes in Canada? I was about to say, pretty sure it's probably going to be the biggest provinces. The territories probably contribute the least rather. Quebec typically has the highest overall provincial tax burden in Canada, followed by Atlantic provinces, Newfoundland, Labrador, Nova Scotia, Prince Edward Island. So they are the ones that take the most taxes. Highest overall provincial tax burden. Here we go. Wow, taxes in Ontario are really fucking low. But then again, it's because we have more people. So that makes sense. In terms of tax burden. Same with BC, they're more populous. Obviously, the provinces don't get included in this because they'd be much higher the territories don't get included in this because they'd be way, way higher. Because there's just not as many people that live there, which makes sense. So they don't contribute as much to taxes. Also, wait, most of our fishing industries are out in the east. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we have a bunch of fishing in the maritime provinces. And part of the deal that Carney made was also removing tariffs off of fishing, which is going to benefit fishers. Where is Canada's fishing industry? Yep, in the Atlantic provinces is where it's concentrated, leading in value especially for shellfish. Yep. Maybe that's going to help kickstart their fucking economies. No, this guy has popped up before. I recognize the name. I recognize this Notion Destroyer individual. They're just a fucking suit. That's it. They think they know what they're talking about, when in reality, oh, they have no fucking idea. I don't know, the thing is with like a lot of these people, it's always like just people being kind of just inherently reactionary when it comes to fucking China. And obviously you should be highly skeptical of China. I don't disagree with that. You should be skeptical of the fucking Chinese. Because they, like any other great power, seek to, you know, act in their own sort of general interests. Duh. Obviously. But here's the thing. We can't just, like, say, like, oh, well, you know, everything's still gonna be 100% fucked. This really doesn't fundamentally do anything. No, this is fucking huge. Carney essentially said to the United States of America, it's just like, dog, if you're just not gonna get your shit together, we're just gonna go our own way, man. No, you can fuck off. It is what it is. So if you want to be, like, I don't know, a dumbass. Goofy. Yeah. And he's saying... and he's saying, it said on, with that speech at the WEF, unironically, like, okay, other countries, join us. Is what he said. Which is like, damn, he's right. Okay. My brain's stopping a little bit. I'm having a little bit of a... Okay. Gamers. I'm gonna grab some water. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. And then we're gonna start talking about the things they sure. If all the mids get together, they can equal and peak. Well, that's essentially what Carney said in his fucking WEF speech. It's like, if all the mids get together, well, I mean, we're like the most mid of mid-power countries. There's like, listen, if we gotta be the ones to take the first step in this, fuck it, whatever, we'll do it. It's not like our economy is that, like, what? We have like a $2 trillion GDP. We're pretty... Obviously, we're not like big by any stretch of the imagination, but like, we have higher GDP than most individual European countries, not obviously as the Europeans as a bloc themselves, and we have like higher quality and standard of living in comparison to basically like every other country on the planet. So yeah, us taking the lead on something like this makes perfect sense. It would have been either us or the Brazilians. Yeah. It would have been either us or the Brazilians, if I were to take a guess. So we decided to take the first step. This makes sense to me. But anyway. Yeah, Britain is fucked. The only place where it has the same GDP per capita as, like, say, most Western cities, and they still get lapped by, like, say, New York or LA, is London. Austerity has essentially, like, raped that country to death. Like, unironically. It's a dead country, except for London. Otherwise, it's a dead country. It's Jover. But anyway. I'll be right back. Grabbing water. Grabbing water, all that good shit. Bathroom, blah, blah, blah. Oh, the sun finally set on Britain during the 80s. When Thatcher took power is when she made the sun set on Britain. Yeah, it used to be that the sun would never set on the British Empire, but ho-ho. The sun now never rises ever again in the British Empire. That shit's fucking cooked. Gak. Got him? Yeah, Boy Meets Mini likes Anglo-racism because, Indian. Understandable, though. British Raj was really bad. I can understand that. The British Raj was pretty bad. I'm definitely not listening to the whole old man rambling on all this shit, right? Like, we're just not gonna do that. We're just gonna get the highlights. I ain't listening to that hour and a half long thing. He's like a tape reel and repeat. Yeah, like there's no point in constantly listening to all the exact same fucking bullshit. Just in $700 billion added to the US stock market today. That's unsurprising. Everything is made up and it doesn't matter. I don't know, there's like some subsidies or something that just passed or something. I don't fucking know. Like, we all know that the stock market's fake. Nothing matters. Who cares? Trump, windmills. I think it really annoys me how he keeps mentioning that it's fucking windmills. It's not windmills, it's fucking turbines. They spin a turbine. A windmill crushes grain. Why do you think they're all over the place in Europe? Because guess what? That's where it happened to begin with. Yeah, we're just going over the highlights. I'm not fucking listening to the whole fucking thing. I'm not sure if this... So I'm gonna pull up the clips just in case, but there's also a 20-minute fucking bit here. Moxon threatens Canada PM Carney. Macron at World Economic Forum. So let's open this.
Cash going to people who work on Ukraine. We don't. You aren't paying. They said we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to
okay, that's him doing NATO shit.
All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already have.
I don't know how many times this will be said. They don't want it. No one wants to give you Greenland, buddy.
At it. So today we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships. Battle.
Okay, never mind. I am actually going to listen to this 20-minute bit right here and see if we... We're bringing back battleships. We're bringing back antiquated technology because I made a little drawing once and it looked really cool and I'm like 12. We're bringing back battleships. Gamer derogatory. Boy meets many. Gamer slur. He's apparently also completely backed off of the threats that he did as well. It's very funny. Also, apparently Zoran Mamdani has just shut down hotel junk fees and surprise credit card holds at hotels. Whoa, I wonder what fucking happens when someone is given power and they actually care about, you know, helping the constituents that they live in. Oh, so why the fuck is Gavin Newsom at the World Economic Forum with Trump or some shit? I know that Trump mentions Newsom for some fucking reason. Also, it's harder to question his power now that Trump is practically a dictator. It's laughable to say that Mamdani is reaching. Who the fuck has said that? Oh, weird. Didn't Newsom say some bull? No, he just hates. I think he's just mad about the fact that Newsom's there with him or something. I don't really know. It's just weird. I don't know why he's bringing up Gavin Newsom at the World Economic Forum. I mean, it kind of makes sense that Gavin Newsom would want to be at the World Economic Forum. He is governor of the 5th largest economy on the planet. Also, while Trump takes the global stage at Davos, Gavin Newsom is spotted lurking in the shadows. Where did that big attitude go when he was dissing the president? Loud online, missing in person? He's in the back of the fucking room, man. Like, what are you fucking talking about? Hey, what, is he supposed to, like, get on the microphone and beat the shit out of the president or something? It's fucking weird, man. It's just a little strange, I would say. A little peculiar. Oh yeah, also Trump mixed up Iceland and Greenland. Yeah, the 1,000-year-old the Viking trick, yeah. Graham Plattner is being expected so far to represent Democrats in the election. He's been constantly getting full crowds in all the venues that he's been going, even small venues. Because I know his campaign strategies basically go to every single fucking town in Maine. And Maine's a very, very rural state. It's looking pretty good for Plattner if he just keeps up his momentum. Obviously, whoa, it turns out Janet Mills just nice try, Chuck Schumer. European Union officially suspends trade deal with the US. Good. Newsom on Trump's speech, it was remarkably boring, it was remarkably insignificant. I mean, it's true. He was never going to invade Greenland, it was never real. Never say never. Did you hear about red, white, and blue land? That's true. This sounds apocryphal, and supposedly they named Greenland that to encourage the people to move there, despite it being more of an Iceland, and Iceland was called that, despite being pretty green, so that other states wouldn't try to take it. Ah! We do a little bit of trolling, okay? That's true. And real. Calling anything Trumpland is way, way more marketable. That's true. Anything with Trump in it is highly marketable. His brain is mush. Might have ordered it a bunch of times and doesn't remember. That's true. Wait. World War One, they lost 100 million people. It actually ended World War One. A lot of people don't know the Spanish flu in World War One ended the war. The fuck is he talking about? Didn't the Spanish flu pop up like right at the end of World War One? When did the Spanish flu start? February 1918. That's 4 years after World War One. Casualties of World War One: 23 million wounded, around 15 to 22 million deaths. This is very strange, I'll be honest. I think I have everything I need for the Trump Davos stuff, I think. Yep, that is why more than likely Spanish flu fucking happened, because, a bunch of Americans who've probably never been to Europe, aren't used to the environment, got fucking Spanish flu, and then brought it back to the US, and then Spanish flu happened. It's stupid. But he heard Spanish flu, he's like, well, that means it happened in Spain, right? Even though, like, none of the fighting in World War I happened in Spain. It doesn't matter, it's stupid, it's dumb, who cares? Perfect. You know, there's actually not that much on Blaire White, I have to say, in terms of her sort of controversies. There's the Jessica Yaniv stuff. There's the Janae Marie Crockett stuff. She basically tried to do because her whole fucking shtick of what? Blaming everything on trans activists, quote unquote. And also the trans trender stuff with Calvin Gara. And Calvin Gara is like basically gone. Irrelevant. I think that's like literally it. Oh, and also I'm also going to bring up her political compass stuff because that's funny. I don't remember when she did the political compass stuff, but that was like 2020 something. Might have been 2021. Objectively, one of the funniest things that happened. That was 2021? That political compass fucking shit is so funny, man. The miraculous moment at that Roseanne bar cured me of being a transsexual. I'm still in shock. Okay. Ooh, what's the name of that, what's the name of that one Nazi bitch that Blaire White basically talked with and just called her like subhuman because she's trans? What's the name of that dumbass Boy Meets Smitty? Do you remember? I think it was Lauren Wojcicki, who's just like a Nazi, like insane-o bitch. I think it's Lauren Wojcicki. Oh my god, Nick Shirley testified in front of Congress about fraud. I can only assume probably how fucking stupid that probably was. I'll put that on the docket just in case. that dead domain? That looks like dead domain. Destiny debated Blaire White? Really? A couple years ago. Huh. Hunter Avalon interviewed Janae Marie Kroc. Interesting. Yeah, Lauren Wojcicki, right? Or Witzki. Something like that, right? That's her name. Fucking Chud Logic, dude. And who remembers basically anything about Jessica and Yaniv? Isn't Jessica Yaniv a bit of a weird? She's like a trans activist. She was a bit of a weirdo. Those are like the only things I remember about Jessica Yaniv. She had like a debate with her. Cause I don't remember anything about Jessica Yaniv's fucking history. She had like a human rights complaint. But she's like posted a bunch of like terrible shit in the past. It's just like, just not a great person. Does did the clip get fucking nuked out of existence?
Discussion about the future of the right when we...
Here we go. Perfect. Oh god, what's the other fucking name of this idiot? John fucking Doyle. God, I have not seen John Doyle in like fucking forever, dude. Holy shit. Alright, I think I pretty much have got everything I wanted. I've got everything I want. Time to do some attacking. Shut up. We're gonna go after Blaire White first. Most peaceful president's gonna be later, Boy Meets Smitty. Not today. We're gonna go over our favorite transgender. One of my favorite gals, Blaire White. I love Blaire. We're gonna have a big upload day tomorrow because I'm gonna be uploading Mark Carney, yapping at Davos, Trump's insane dumbass letter, and this attack on Grifters episode. We're gonna have quite an upload day tomorrow. Big uploads tomorrow. Big uploads. Very, very, very big uploads. It's gonna be great, folks. Ladies, gentlemen, and those in between, the 5th episode of Attack on Grifters. I don't know why I'm doing an introduction like this. Blaire White. Blaire White, our favorite sort of trans girl pick-me on the right. Basically, Blaire White's whole shtick and what helped her initially get prominence, broadly speaking, on the internet is the fact that she was out and about openly, passing trans woman who basically was like, I'm pro-Trump in 2017 with her, I think, eventually future husband, Jack Sharon or some shit, or John Sharon. I forget the name. I'm really bad with names. And basically they're declaring that she is openly fucking conservative. Yes, that's her whole sort of like claim to fame. As we've talked about before, conservatives love it when they have minority populations who basically reaffirm all of their like idiotic fucking positions, because they can just like point and be like, see, we have this one person that agrees with us, when you can just be like, okay, problem with that, the vast majority of people do not fucking agree with you. So where is basically like our girl here? What's her basic like content output? Basically it's just her talking about like how trans activists are quote unquote bad and they give a bad name to trans people. Some of the more larger instances of this was, of course, her doing the whole trans-trender things with Calvin Gara, which Calvin Gara has seemingly like moved off of and then moved back to. Calvin Gara is also a bit of a grifter himself. I have no idea what Calvin Gara identifies as pronoun-wise. Whatever, it's irrelevant. But that obviously didn't really go anywhere. A lot of trans people and a lot of people in general really did not or do not like Blaire White sort of in general, because of the fact that she just kind of does this whole shtick where it's just like, I sure do dislike trans people. the right wing, please, like, notice me. I keep calling the people that you're currently scapegoating icky and stinky, despite me being one of them. Please accept me. Please, 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 please. And, yeah, like, she would just basically go over all these, like, TikToks of, awkward instances of, like, trans people talking about how it's like a social contagion. All these people are mentally ill. They're trenders. They don't actually care. Blah, 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 blah. Would react to insane trans TikToks. It's like, dog, you're reacting to, like, some random trans person on TikTok. Why the fuck does this matter? And try to build, like, a sort of broader narrative for as to why. Well, more trans people need to be like me and try to appeal to conservatives in order to be able to survive in this life. We're going to get into sort of why that's not going to be the case. And why this is just her essential grift. Because here's the thing with every fucking pick-me. It turns out that the community that you're trying to appeal to just fucking hates you. But just like I always do in these sort of videos, we always go through a timeline of events. Jessica Yaniv, this is her sort of, I would guess, Blaire's first foray into prominence when it was about talking or doing this debate against Jessica Yaniv. Jessica Yaniv is, I believe, a trans activist. She herself is not particularly great. She's a little bit of a weirdo. She is Canadian, I believe, and has been a trans activist who, well, had human rights complaints and other litigation. She had filed discrimination complaints against the British Columbia Human Rights Tribunal against multiple waxing salons, alleging that they refused to provide genital waxing to her because she is transgender. In Canada's first major court case to deal with alleged transgender discrimination, Yaniv sought as much as $15,000 in damages from each beautician. In their defense, estheticians, said they lacked training on waxing male genitalia, and they were not comfortable for doing so for personal or religious reasons. They further argued that being transgender was not an issue for them, rather having male genitalia was. So, like, it's like who knows if this is like the standard conservative argument, whatever. We can approach this in good faith and say, like, yeah, maybe they're just not properly trained in actually waxing male genitalia, because hair can get over the cock and balls all over the place. Okay, that's how it fucking works. I'm a man, I know this. I got hair on the cock and fucking balls and all over the fucking place. Duh, obviously. They further argued that being transgender was not the issue, male genitalia was. Yaniv rejected the claim that special training in waxing male genitalia was necessary, and during the hearings equated the denial of the service to neo-Nazism. Respondents were typically working from home, were non-white, and were immigrants who did not speak English. Two of the businesses were forced to shut down due to the complaints. In relation to Yaniv's alleged racist comments toward the respondents, she said, "Yes, I did publish racist remarks because being denied services daily from the East Indian community at any business sucks." Adding, "The immigrants are targeting trans people. We are the victims, not them." So this is why I said that Jessica, I really have no love for someone like Jessica Yaniv. She seems to be kind of a bit of a piece of shit. But does that mean she should not have gotten, I don't know, the waxing that she was looking for just because she's trans? No. Who knows if... Now, I'm not really an expert in terms of the waxing of, I don't know, cock and fucking balls. I'm just a humble man, okay, who worked in IT. Okay, I don't fucking know, nor do I really care all that much. I can sort of like understand and acknowledge that maybe it's kind of ridiculous that there has to be training for this or something. I don't know. Maybe there does need to be training for something like this to make sure that whatever the fuck happens doesn't happen. I don't know. I can't really sort of like go into this. But this is, again, we're just trying to go over the sort of like timeline here, because during this debate, Jessica Yaniv brandished a taser while on the debate. with Blaire White. Now, for those who may not know about Canadian law, you can't just randomly brandish a weapon for literally no fucking reason. That's very fucking stupid. Why would you fucking do that? I'm not looking in particular to go into the debate itself. Ultimately, I don't think it really matters all that much. This is like Blaire White's sort of first, I guess, main moment where she basically gets into content creation and starts to have her sort of, I guess, first viral moment was the whole Jessica Yaniv situation. And where she would use that to essentially launch her platform into trying to do the whole sort of, guys, trans activists are really the biggest problem with the transgender community, when it's obviously fucking nonsensical. Again, Blaire, trans people have been the main people on the front lines of, say, queer rights within America. Again, Stonewall, Marsha P. Johnson, and I forget the name of the other lady. Marsha P. Johnson, black trans woman, was a drag queen as well as I think it was a Hispanic trans woman as well. I forget her name. I'm really bad with names. Who was also one of the other main sort of people on the front line of attempting to get advanced queer liberation within the United States of America. Oh yeah, 1000%. Boy Meets Mini. Not to mention, we don't want Trump. Go away, Trump. Not to mention, she also has like a bunch of different detransitioners on to interview them, to sort of like take their perspectives as like a sort of way to talk about like, oh yeah, dude, this is totally a thing that's happening. It's a huge sort of deal. It's like, okay, here's the thing. Detransitioners, there's a bunch of detransitioners out there and people who detransition, okay? We're not going to say that that's not a thing that doesn't happen. Totally fucking happens. It's just the sort of hyper fastidious focus that conservatives have on detransitioners. They are using them as a political tool to essentially push a particular agenda, saying that trans people are rejecting being trans way more often than it's actually happening. The sort of like phenomenon of detransitioners is very like minor at best. Very, very fucking minor. Hardly fucking happens. It's like maybe like 1% of the time does a trans person regret their transition. And even then, they don't necessarily go through the processes of detransitioning of itself. Just to talk about how ridiculously fucking rare it is. It's very, very rare. But again, even like in some of the largest sort of instances of detransitioners, I don't remember the name of the first lady that some documentary was made about. I think by the Daily Wire or something. But there was a documentary made by like the Daily Wire about some trans woman who was detransitioning. They made such a big fuss about it. She ended up like going like retransitioning, because that's also the thing that happens. People who detransition also tend to go back and actually transition. They're just like, yeah, actually that was not the correct decision. I'm just going to keep going. I guess that's the sort of whole little quick spiel here about detransitioners. It's a thing that happens, but it's not as much of a big phenomenon as conservatives like to think that it is. As much as Blaire White also wants you to think that it is. Because here's the thing also. Again, another thing with Blaire White. After the sort of whole Jessica Yaniv situation, she used that to catapult her career, where she would go after more trans people specifically, right? And it's easier for her to be able to do this and get the people that sort of she's looking to cater to as an audience. She is a convention. She passes, obviously. She's a passoid, if I'm using my fucking trans language here correctly. She's a passoid. She fucking passes. Looks like a average fucking cis woman. It looks conventionally attractive. Blah 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 blah. And also, can just very, very easily pass in society for a normal, I guess, quote unquote, woman. And the next sort of individual that she decided to go after was a body lifter, powerlifter, I think. Yeah, powerlifter, known as Janae Marie Kroc. So this was about a year after her whole sort of shtick with Jessica Yaniv. She decided to go after Janae Marie Kroc. And this was something where she just significantly mishandled this. So in October 2020, Blaire White apologized and deleted a video she posted about transgender athlete Janae Marie Kroc. White claimed that Kroc competed against cisgender women in powerlifting events and unfairly won events as a result, and also mocked Kroc's appearance. Okay, powerlifting, like, you have to have big fucking muscles to lift the very, very fucking heavy thing. That's how that works. Yeah, that's how that works. You need to be very strong to lift very, very heavy things. Oh, it's crazy, I know. And then afterwards, Kroc herself responds on Instagram saying that everything she said about me was incorrect. Kroc clarified that she had only ever competed before she transitioned. Uh-oh, whoopsie! Blaire, it looks like you didn't do your basic fucking research, just like every other fucking conservative. You just saw some fuck shit about a trans woman, she was a powerlifter, and you just decided to go after her just based off of that alone. Because during this time, conservatives were trying to do the whole sort of thing with trans people in sports. You have to pay attention to the trans people in sports. This is what they also ran on during the 2022 midterms, and that was a miserable failure for them. It was not really a red wave as they were pretending that was going to happen during 2022. It was more like a red trickle. It did not materialize in the way that conservatives wanted. Their sort of like aspirations for wanting to reclaim the House as well as positions within the Senate. It didn't really happen all that much because they just hyper fastidiously focused on trans women in sports. When for all of for everyone sort of involved, not involved, but for the electorate rather, trans women in sports, that was like one of the least cared about issues out of like 23. I think it ranked like 20 out of 23, something like that. When it was more so about the economy, stupid, and inflation were the main things that people were trying to focus on. And the Republicans didn't give a fuck about any of that because, again, conservatives in general don't have any policy to run on. They have to just come up with issues and scapegoat certain groups in order to have something to run on, to have policy to run on. Because in reality, conservatives don't actually give much of a flying fuck at all about implementing policy. They want to destroy the vestiges of the state and also the sort of not just the vestiges of the state, but also the institutions necessary to maintain a lot of the social safety net programs in order to be able to funnel more money into the hands of their very rich corporate oligarch buddies and friends. Boogeyman plus populism equals control. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Minnie. Like, they don't give a shit about any of this stuff. For them, it's just about, like, meh. Who really gives a fuck about any of this stuff? We just want to gain power and just hold on to it. So, Kroc, after clarifying that she only competed before she transitioned in the men's division, and that she had not competed and did not intend to compete against other women, and then Blaire White apologizes for that, admitting that she did not do enough research and took rumors about her at face value. Yikes. And this was pretty much like, I think, the biggest dent within Blaire White, because she was trying to like make her way into more sort of normie audiences. She was trying to do like a lot more of the tea sort of drama stuff at this sort of point in time, and then she decided to do a tea sort of drama video based off of Janae Marie Kroc, didn't do her basic research, and instantaneously started losing, I think, like hundreds of thousands of subscribers. It was a like pretty much an awful result. At the very least, it was tens of thousands. Like I think she was like over 1 million at that point, and then she fell back below 1 million. I remember this was like a whole thing. The competition between, I don't know, like Blaire White and ContraPoints for as to who can reach like, not reach 1 million first, but who's I don't know, going to beat who in the sort of like game of gaining subscribers on YouTube. And for a little while, like ContraPoints took the lead over Blaire White because of this Janae Marie Croc sort of stuff. So she apologized, she deleted the video, she fucked up, it made her look really bad, and people started to leave. The more sort of like drama tea people, who are generally speaking like more normie and not really sort of transphobic whatsoever, started to be like, wow, she's actually just kind of a piece of shit and just kind of like a bitchy sort of bimbo. Like unironically, they just really did not like what Blaire White was putting down. And so, as a result, that was when she more so decided to heavily pivot into talking about all the transgender bullshit and talking about all of the more sort of like, man, look at all the, and just try to appeal to more conservatives. Man, look at all these like trans people being really, really fucking weird. Blah 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 blah. Like that was basically her whole fucking shtick. After losing a large portion of her fucking audience. The normie audience that she was trying to garner as a byproduct and a result of the sort of tea trauma she was engaging with, and then her complete, utter mismanagement of the Janae Marie Croc sort of situation. But moving on from this, as another part of her grift, she essentially decided to leave Los Angeles. And was joining, being a part of the supposed mass exodus from California to Texas. If you'd really take a look into these sort of like numbers, was it actually as big and as prominent as people sort of said? Not really. The main reason why a lot of people were moving from California to Texas was because Texas was building a lot of housing and the housing prices were going down. That's really about it. No, it was like 1% here and there. Oh, so basically like barely a blip on the fucking radar. And it's just because a bunch of people wanted to pay less taxes and buy less expensive houses. We all know about like the streamer exodus as well that also happened from like Los Angeles and California over to Texas. That also fucking happened. Mostly it seems to be like a lot of like bigger fucking influencers who did this move in particular because they just wanted to get cheaper fucking housing. That's literally all that there is to it. But everything is sort of seemingly starting to fall apart here at this point for specifically Blaire White. If you remember this was an old panel of during like 2021 with Lauren Wojcicki. She is someone that we've not sort of heard for a while. Just basically an out and about sort of Nazi. Just an out and about fucking Nazi. Let's keep it a fucking $1.50. She was also trying to be a congressional candidate for the Republican Party. She lost because of just how much of like a miserable, ostensible little fucking freak that she is. Again, Nazi Barbie. We have also John fucking Doyle. And there's a fucking guy we've not seen for a while. Also, another Nazi. Does like the whole sort of like 1950s, very LARPy, Pax Americana, like we love America, America first kind of a shtick. I know he was like a groiper for like a little while, because again, he's also a grifter. Maybe we should also do one on John Doyle, you know? Maybe we'll put a pin in that, okay? Maybe we'll do one on John Doyle. But John Doyle also was the main guy who basically like would go around, try to do debates, make himself look really ridiculous. He had a show called Heck Off Commie, and obviously all he would do is just spread like really idiotic far-right propaganda and not understand any of the positions that leftists would have. Very, very common amongst conservatives. And of course we have Blaire White, and I don't remember her name in the top left, but I remember her sort of story, and she is also a fucking dumbass. Basically, she used to be a Hillary supporter / liberal, and then she went to one Trump rally and just felt very, very included. I'm blanking on her fucking name, but I remember her story because it's so stupid. She went to one Trump rally, felt like she was at home, and then all of a sudden became a Trump supporter, and would try to, like, I don't know, like, kind of whitewash a lot of, like, Trump's positions and a lot of fascistic sort of positions. I think she eventually ended up reneging on all of that and it became a fucking liberal again. It's very, very fun. I think she's made appearances on, like, PragerU, because, again, conservatives love this kind of individual over here with, like, not like the pixie cut, but with, like, the cut that the Karens would have with the one shaved side and the fucking Skrillex cut, right? Carolyn Borisenko. Thank you, Boy Meets Smitty. Yeah, Carolyn Borisenko. She, like, real fucking just dunce cap on someone like her. She, unironically, went to one MAGA rally. Conservatives love this individual because it's just like, yeah, you know, we love when all these people continuously leave the left all over and over again because they're just so icky and fucking stinky. Nah, brah, we hate the left. Blah, 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 blah. And it's always just like all the people who do this sort of shtick, like they're Dave Rubins of the world, Sam Harris, the Weinstein brothers, all the IDW fucking freaks is, well, stupid. They're just all stupid grifters who just want to get some money from right-wing fucking donors. That's literally it. Oh yeah, John Doyle did also rile up knobs to attack drag family shows. Right. That was also him as well. So, Blaire, these are the people the people on the right, the normal people, quote unquote, that you're trying to fucking appeal to. Why don't we take a listen?
I'm really confused why this is a discussion about the future of the right when we have a liberal, actually this is a Democrat, with one good opinion. We also have a transgender on here. I don't really think we should be giving a platform to this kind of degeneracy, which is a gateway drug to pedophilia. I absolutely disagree. We were the...
Look at Blaire just sitting there and fucking taking it. These are the people who she's trying to appeal to. Quick reminder, Blaire White's entire project is to be accepted by people like Lauren Wojcicki. And this is a direct, immediate, and I mean direct sort of slap in the fucking face. That is it. Oh yeah, Lauren Wojcicki is fucking insane. Just a Nazi. She is fucking crazy. And just like that, like, she get off, like, basically no pushback to this whatsoever. She just, like, sat there and fucking took it. Blaire, your project is a failure. You're trying to just appeal to a certain subset of conservatives who just want to fucking chase you because you're a trans woman who looks conventionally attractive. That is it.
The party of traditional marriage. We were the party that opposed gay marriage. We've always been that party.
You spoke sort of to gender ideology, which is definitely rampant on college campuses, definitely taking over culture.
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, gender ideology is all over the place, guys. Please like me. Please, conservatives, please like me. Don't see me as a degenerate pedophile that you all inherently think that I am. Please. They're always going to see you as that, Blaire White. Always. There's also a bunch of chasers out there, but those guys, kind of in the minority. There are not as many fucking chasers out there as there are many openly fucking transphobic right-wingers, and that's just a fact.
Sure, I think that's different than just people who, as individuals, may technically be gay, lesbian, bisexual, any of the above. And I think that it's possible to fight against gender ideology while holding true that there are going to be people that are just different. And
I'm really confused.
A complete capitulation there from Blaire White. Cowardice, just complete chickening out. This is the people that she's directly trying to appeal to, right? Like, there's pictures of her also with Alex Jones, having a good time with Alex Jones, hanging out, blah, 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 right? But Alex Jones is a fucking chaser. We all know that he's had a bunch of fucking trans porn open on his fucking goddamn phone and his phone tabs. He's a chaser. We fucking know this, right? Like, when he was doing a show, there was like, I don't know, a good like 10 seconds of the tabs being seen of like transgender, like quote unquote she-male porn within his fucking tabs. So we all know why he probably got along with those people. And also on Joe Rogan, again, this sort of like whole talking about, because guess what? Blaire White didn't do this as much as like most of the other conservative grifters, like Joe Rogan and all these other like dipshits talking about trans youth. Blaire White went to Joe Rogan and directly told him to his face that she knew that she was trans when she was 5. She just knew, right? Whatever switch flipped in her, however fucking worked, whatever, she just knew. She just knew that she was always meant to be fucking trans. And we all know that Joe Rogan, still to this day, parrots all the exact same fucking talking points about trans people. Constantly about trans youth. That you can't know about that if you're that young. He was the one who spread the conspiracy theory about the cat litter within the fucking bathrooms as well. When in reality, the reason why a bunch of schools were keeping cat litter around was because of active school shooting situations to have the kids be able to go to the bathroom, Joe. Not because of transgender cat girls or whatever needing to have kitty litter boxes to fucking piss and shit in so they can LARP as a fucking cat. Genuinely fucking insane. Why does Spotify still pay that man hundreds of millions of dollars? Good fucking question. Have no idea. All those things, all these people that she has been trying to appeal to, the Joe Rogans of the world, the John Doyles of the world, Lauren Wojcicki's of the world, failure. They just want to see you dead, Blaire, because it turns out you can't appeal with people like conservatives. If they see you as the quote-unquote other, they just want to get rid of you. That is it. Final, also, quick little note. It turns out she's also a politics grifter, or political grifter. She doesn't believe in anything either in terms of politics. Here's Blaire White. This is a trend that was also happening, very much so like Blaire White sort of does the hopping on a sort of trend sort of a meme. Everyone was doing the political compass test during like 2021, 2022, like around there. Probably not actually that long, but everyone was doing the political compass test. I have problems with the political compass test. I think it is very biased to left libertarianism. Now, I am a left libertarian. I am a libertarian sort of socialist rather. I agree with that position the most. But here's the thing, okay? The political compass test very much so biases itself in that direction, which is why it's not exactly the best test. There's better tests out there, yada, yada, yada. You have to really try in order to be able to get, like, from what I understand, to be able to get fascist or, like, Nazi on the political compass, you really have to fucking try. And it is not easy in order to be able to do that. It's very flawed, to say the least, but it's a fun little thing. It's relatively simple, it's quick, and it's easy. So, Blaire White has, broadly speaking, identified herself as, like, a libertarian, quote-unquote. Just like all of these dumbasses do all the fucking time. And this is the supposed results that she got. But we move over. She didn't close any of her fucking tabs. Just like the Janae Marie Kroc situation, it turns out Blaire White, very, very, very fucking lazy in terms of how she, generally speaking, presents a lot of her videos and presents a lot of her sort of positions, politically, in terms of politics, gender, whatever, blah blah blah, because she's just constantly trying to appeal to a particular audience, that being those who she perceives as normal, that being far right fucking conservatives. So yeah, center right political compass says, why do you have that open in another tab? Because we know within the tabs here, and some cyber sleuths saw that her actual fucking results, which are right there within the URL, and someone put the fucking URL in, it turns out she's actually a bit to the fucking left of center. Whoopsie. Blaire. This is fucking lazy, man. Did she just, like, unironically decide to fucking Photoshop this political compass? Because you can't see the numbers at the top. Because if you saw the numbers at the top, you would know. And she unironically just Photoshopped this result on top in order to hide the fact that she is actually more to the left than normal. Because she didn't fucking bother to also take a look at the fucking link. Whoops. Well, it turns out that Blaire White's actually a bit of a fucking wokey and has never been fucking conservative because she's the liar. She's a grifter. You cannot believe anything that she says in terms of her political takes, in terms of her fucking gender takes, in terms of her trans takes, because again, just from this alone, it should pretty much tell you everything you need to know that Blaire White is just a grifter and she doesn't actually believe in anything. The only reason why she does her whole sort of shtick about trans-trenders, all these like stinky neo-pronoun stuff, all of these like furries and all these like trans people being weird and awkward online or whatever the fuck, is because she's just a fucking pick-me. She's like, please conservatives, please like me, please fucking like me. Like, I'm so desperate to be liked within conservative circles. Please, please, please. And didn't go anywhere. Nowhere at all. Oh, yeah, there's still quite a few pick-me's, Boy Meets Smitty, mostly in the media grifting sphere. A lot of the people that say Otterly Noah or a Birdman tend to debunk. Jester Bell. God, what the fuck is the name of the other one? It's the one that Asmongold really likes and basically helped propel her career for. Who pretends to be like a fucking trad wife. I also know someone else also has talked about her before. Multiple people have talked about her before. I'm blanking on her fucking name, but Jester Bell's one of the main ones. There's another one, Snarky J. I think Vera Dark is also another one. They more so tend to talk about movies and media and stuff and do the whole sort of like pick me shtick there specifically. Obviously, they're completely wrong. They're grifters. You should make fun of them. Blah, 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 blah. And I think really the biggest instance of a pick-me that happened recently is Sydney Sweeney. And we all know how that went for Sydney Sweeney. But anywho, nothing that comes out of Blaire White's mouth should ever be believed in terms of any of her fucking takes. Every single one of these fucking videos or debates that she has or talks should immediately be constantly come into question just because of this political compass test right here. Right here specifically. Why? Because if she's just willing to just blatantly fucking lie about this, what else is she just willing to blatantly lie about? Think about it for literally 3 seconds. But here's the final sort of cherry on top. Well. If it isn't the chickens coming home to roost. It appears that Blaire White, posting on her second channel, by the way, not on the main channel, moving back to California from Texas. Right-wing conservative YouTuber Blaire White announces she's moving back to California after leaving Texas in 2022 due to its more family-friendly environment. I thought it wasn't because all the kids were getting fucking transgendered, Blaire White. What happened? Nuts. Guys, I wonder why she might have moved away from Texas back to California. This is a website that is basically tracking a bunch of the anti-trans bills passed within Texas alone. And this is just in the 2025 legislative session. 7 anti-trans bills were passed within the legislation in Texas. SB 1257 mandates that any healthcare plan that covers care for trans patients must also cover any and all possible adverse consequences and costs related to detransitioning. Again, detransitioning hardly fucking happens. Why does this have to be a fucking big deal? Stupid. It's meant to just cause have more barriers for trans people trying to get the healthcare that they need. HB 1106 amends the Texas Family Code. Blaire White has talked about how she wants kids through either probably surrogacy or potential adoption. Why don't we take a look at this? To exclude from the definition of abuse and neglect a parent's or guardian's refusal to support their queer, transgender, or gender expansive children. Well, that's a little fucking interesting. It turns out that, if there's a queer kid in a family that's being abused by that fucking goddamn family, it turns out the state might not really support you in those fucking goddamn claims if you decide to complain about it to the police. SB 1188 requires that electronic healthcare records include a space in a person's record for biological sex at birth, enforcing binary sex designations on all Texans regardless of their gender identity or status of their legal documents. Obviously, this is the exact same thing that the Trump administration did via executive order, trying to basically mandate that there are only two genders. Yeah, this is like you're saying, Boy Meets Mini, this is a HIPAA violation. Can be challenged based off of that alone. SB 12 bans teachers and other school employees from assisting a student with social transitioning, which includes honoring their chosen name and pronouns. Obviously, should be very obvious why this is fucking bad and inherently fucking transphobic. Because if a person is more comfortable with how they're socially transitioning when they're young, but they don't have a supportive fucking family, it's going to make it such that that trans person is more likely to kill themselves, unironically. So long as, because the main reason why a lot of trans people end up killing themselves is because they do not have a support network around them. Their family hates them, all of their immediate friends hate them, they're socially ostracized within school. And guess what? One of the largest, I'm not sure if it's the main cause of trans people or trans youth ending up killing themselves, being the sort of fact that they do not have any social groups around them, or any support networks around them. I don't know if it's the biggest sort of reason, but it is one of the biggest reasons as to why a lot of them end up taking their own lives. The statistics have shown that if they have one parent or just one friend who is supportive of their transition and is willing to help them out and support them in their decision, the suicide rate plummets off of a fucking cliff. One parent or one friend, I'm not sure about the friend, but if it's one parent that supports them, whether it be the dad or the mom, it doesn't matter, the suicide rate goes down significantly because they feel that person will feel like they're being heard, they're being seen, that they actually matter in the fucking world and not feel completely fucking ostracized. Oh, 1000%, like Christian evangelicism. Now, listen, there's no hate like Christian love. Am I right, Boy Meets Mini? HB 229 mandates into law an unscientific definition of sex that erases the existence of trans, gender, expansive, and intersex people. More than likely, guess what inspired this bill specifically? It was more than likely the president's sort of executive orders saying that there are only two genders. How do you enforce that? You don't. It's stupid. It's inherently nonsensical, but guess what? And this is the thing with a lot of the executives and why it's important to have a friendly executive put in power. They'll just do like random shit like saying like, there's only two genders. That's it. Two genders. Those are the only genders that exist. There's no other genders. That'll give a lot more sort of push for states in order to be able to put state legislation forward that will pass in order to be able to go ahead and go after those minorities because they know that they got the federal government potentially there for fucking backup. HB 18 contains an amendment invalidating parental consent provided for a minor to receive gender-affirming mental health services. Obviously, there's a reason why this is fucking bad. Basically, you need to have a bunch of mental health... Because getting trans care in Texas, I can only assume, is really fucking difficult. So it's going to cause a lot of mental distress for them. And they're not going to be able to sort of get that... mental health services that they need in order to be able to go forward with either being able to get a recommendation to start transitioning, get HRT, blah 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 blah, or for the either trans youth or trans adults, of course, to be able to go ahead with the procedures necessary to get that affirming care. And SB 8 aims to prohibit trans and gender-expansive people from accessing multi-occupancy restrooms, locker rooms, shower rooms, and sleeping quarters in buildings owned, operated, or controlled by state agencies, political subdivisions, and institutes of higher education. The trans fucking bathroom bills, which Blaire White was in very much so support of, because she would always parrot the idiotic fucking delusions of all of these dumbass motherfuckers, conservatives that is, saying that trans women just want to rape a bunch of women in bathrooms. Conservatives, doesn't fucking happen. And if they wanted to fucking, if someone were to do a rape of a woman in a bathroom, there's already rape laws on the fucking table. If that trans individual gets caught raping someone in the fucking bathroom, that's going to fucking happen. Duh. Besides, it's more likely for cis men to do that if you look at the statistics, but they don't care about this. They just want to legislate trans people out of existence and not allow them to be able to participate within normal life. Also, again, I have to ask this question. If you see a Hunter Schafer or a Samantha Lux go into the men's bathroom because they're biologically male, what is the likelihood that they're going to get raped by all the cisgender men who are in there? Very fucking goddamn high. Very, very fucking high. Because it turns out who tend to be the more aggressive sort of fucking rapists, it tends to be fucking men. Don't think there's like really much else to say into sort of Blaire White's sort of whole shtick here. She tried so hard, so fucking hard, in order to appeal to the sensibilities of conservatives, of more far-right people, much to her own fucking detriment, and basically tried so hard to fucking appeal to these people with all these videos going after the sort of other trans people who she doesn't fucking like. The ones who are, I don't know, supposed to be seen as the icky, stinky trans people who are making this so much more difficult for myself. For what reason exactly? Because she thinks that all these like trans trenders and activists make it such that it is much harder for a normal trans woman such as herself to be able to fit into society. When we all know in reality, conservatives are just fucking hateful pieces of shit and will act on those hateful impulses once they have power. Lauren Wojcicki, of course, John Doyle, every other fucking sort of conservative political pundit and also person in power has made it such that that is the fucking case. They just fucking hate you, Blaire White. That is it. There's no explanation for this. They just hate you because they see you as an other, something that is out of the normal binary of gender presentation, that being either male or female. They just hate you because you're fucking different. I'm like, what else is there to really say? Obviously, she was going to move back to California to a more, trans-positive fucking goddamn state after perhaps maybe recognizing herself that I think conservatives do just really fucking hate me, dog. Maybe. I don't know. Her fucking political compass test results would indicate that maybe in reality she's more left-leaning than she's otherwise sort of letting on, and her whole sort of shtick is a complete fucking lie in order to appeal to a certain fucking audience of rabid anti-trans weirdos who probably look at her as a piece of fucking candy that they want to fuck and not feel too bad about it, and because she's as sort of a well-presenting woman, generally speaking, it is a passoid, I guess, for lack of a better term, or passes really, really well for a woman. And all these like weirdo fucking conservatives are these sort of chaser fucking dipshits who want to chase down this exotic item, this transgender woman who's just like, I don't know, I think she's like a man, but she looks so much like a woman. What's going on? That's crazy. And they have like no idea how to sort of like grapple with the fact that in reality, she's just a fucking woman, and these people are all a bunch of just transphobic fucking freaks. And it turns out Blaire White's whole sort of project of trying to be accepted by these people has been a complete and utter miserable failure. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, your whole pick-me shtick was up years ago, Blaire. You really need to stop trying, my dude. Oh, man. Very cool. Very good. We're going to talk about our favorite president. We love the president of the United States of America, don't we, folks? Boy Meets Minnie, I know that I'm your favorite president, don't you? We all know I'm the favorite. All right. All right. That's right, I am the best. Let's get started with this shit. Our favorite baby boy, our favorite little big man with the nutty on point. Donald Trump, the President of the United States of America, has finally decided to make his presence within Davos sort of felt there. He's at Davos now. He gives a speech at the WEF, blah, 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 blah. Very, very standard stuff for a president to do, to give a speech at the WEF. I know that yesterday he also had like an insane press conference where he was like threatening Greenland again and just doing the same old schizo fucking nonsense that he always does, as expected from the President of the United States of America. We're not going to go through the entirety of his speech. It's an hour and a half of drivel, nonsense, the same like bullshit that he always probably complains about over and over and over again. We're mostly just going to go through the highlights. And apparently he's threatened Mark Carney, obviously, who just gave that really, really good speech, talking about how it's time for the middle countries to essentially assert themselves more so on the world stage collectively as a group. Now, is Carney actually going to be serious about that when he's gone along with a lot of the bullshit from the United States. You know, the whole Venezuela coup, a bunch of stuff with Israel, blah, 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 blah. Remains to be really seen. But a direct challenge to U.S. hegemonic control that is waning at this point has been made by us, the Canadians. We did that. That was us. Whoa, crazy. And we are taking a step forward and are trying to say, like, we need to now reject this hegemonic order and try to build potentially what is a more cooperative system and just get rid of this, like, sort of inherent factionalism that exists because of the existence of all these great powers. It's not exactly like that, but, you know, whatever. Trump! What does he have to say about all this?
Cash going to people who don't appreciate what we do. They don't appreciate what we do. Talking about NATO, I'm talking about Europe. They have to work on Ukraine. We don't. The United States is very far away. We have a big, beautiful ocean separating us. We have nothing to do with it. Until I came along, NATO was only supposed to pay 2% of GDP. But they weren't paying. Most of the countries weren't paying anything. The United States.
So if you hear him complaining about NATO again, you're the strongest economy amongst all of the NATO conglomerate. Also, he's lying, by the way. The U.S. pays 16% of NATO's budget. The Germans also pay the exact same amount, which is about 16% of the budget as well. He's lying. It turns out, like, the more economically prosperous countries have to pay more into NATO because they are more economically prosperous. He seems to think that basically the United States are the only ones who are funding NATO, when that's just not the case.
It was paying for virtually 100% of NATO. And I got that stopped. I said, that's not fair. But then, importantly, I got NATO to pay 5%, and now they were paying, and now they are paying. So something nobody said was possible. They said, we will never go up higher than 2%. But they went to 5%, and now they're paying the 5%. They didn't pay the 2%, and now they're paying the 5%. And they're stronger for it, and they have an excellent...
No real evidence that this is actually happening, but whatever. More so, a lot of the European nations are increasing defense spending now at this point because they're looking to build a continental army because of all of your fucking threats, dude.
By the way, Secretary General, who's possibly in the room. Mark, are you here? Yes, he's here. Hello, Mark. We never asked for anything, and we never got anything. We probably won't get anything unless I decide to use excessive strength and force, where we would be, frankly, unstoppable. But I won't do that. Okay? Now everyone's saying, oh.
Is he just threatening NATO right now? Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, it's stupid. Well, a lot more of the border countries, mostly the Poles and the Baltic nations have been, well, they've been, like, increasing military spending and their sort of, like, GDP and costs into their military. I assume the Finns are probably going to start spending a bit more on their military as well because now they're a part of NATO as well as the Swedish. They're now a part of the military alliance and they share sort of like direct borders and are pretty close to the Russians as well. So they may start to increase military spending. Probably mostly the Finns, maybe not the Swedish. The Norwegians I don't think are going to. Yeah, they might a little bit. But a lot more of those countries have already been contributing more to NATO because they also spend a lot more on their military as well because they border the Russians and they don't trust the fucking Russians. They have good reasons to not trust the fucking Russians. But again, this whole mess with Ukraine wouldn't be the case if it wasn't for the Germans going along with Nord Stream 2 because they naively thought, like, well, if we just trade with the Russians, they're not going to want to invade Ukraine. It turns out people who don't think that countries deserve to have the ability to act as sovereign, independent sort of states. You can't fucking negotiate with those people, and no amount of economic cooperation works with that.
Good. That's probably the biggest statement I made, because people thought I would use force. I don't have to use force. I don't want to use force. I won't use force. All the United States is asking for is a place called Greenland, where we already had it as a trustee, but respectfully returned it back to Denmark not long ago after we defeated the Germans, the Japanese, the Italians, and others in World War II. We gave it back to them. We were a powerful force then, but we are a much more powerful.
The fuck are you talking about? The treaty used to give sovereign control of Greenland over to the Danish was ratified by the United States of America in 1916. What? That's after World War I, buddy. I don't know. Brain leaking out of fucking ears. He has no idea what he's talking about.
Powerful force now. After I rebuilt the military in my first term and continue to do so today, we have a budget of $1.5 trillion. We're bringing back battleships.
No, you said that's going to be the budget. Okay, because here's the thing. He's raising the budget to $1.5 trillion for the year of 2027. Right now, he's trying to get it for $1 trillion for this year specifically. 1.5 trillion. The reason why he wants to specifically raise it to 1.5 trillion is how much does NATO spend? About 1.5 trillion. So you want to think about it. If you're paying for all of fucking NATO, right, which is apparently 1.5 trillion, why are you trying to raise your military budget then of the United States up to 1.5 trillion? Why are you doing that then? It's because he wants to separate from fucking NATO. That's why he wants to do it. He just wants to be out of the fucking alliance because fundamentally speaking, this guy can't believe in something like an alliance because trust is anathema to someone like Trump.
Battleship is 100 times more powerful than the great battleships you saw in World War II, those great big gorgeous ships, the Missouri, the Iowa, the Alabama. Because I thought maybe...
there's a reason why those things are basically obsolete because you don't need like ship line bombardment. By the way, like the kids' drawings that he basically, because this was a thing that he talked about a while ago, he designed like Trump class battleships, and they apparently have like a bunch of like rail guns and fucking lasers and shit, like just futuristic technology that some probable intern photoshopped for him in order to appease his fucking ego. Like that shit's not gonna fucking happen. It's stupid. You don't need a battleship class sort of ship. That's just unnecessary. Like aircraft carriers are the things that do the job of battleships way fucking better because you can just like launch a bunch of aircraft instead. Like why make a big ass moving target with some big ass fucking guns for no fucking reason? And like it's just it's stupid. It's just dumb.
Maybe we could take them out of mothballs. They said, no, sir, these ships are 100, think of that, 100 times more powerful than those big, magnificent pieces of art that you saw so many times ago that you still see on television. You say, wow, what a force. 100 times, each ship 100 times more powerful than the big battleships of the past. So that was...
Oh, by the way, even in World War II, like the super battleships that the Japanese had, the Yamato and the Musashi, I think only saw engagement like once or twice. They were hardly fucking used because of just the sheer investment that the Japanese used in order to create them. They didn't want to fucking commit them to any battles because they were afraid of fucking losing them. They basically made them as like an ore farming moment. That's like literally what was the point of them.
Mothball story. So what we have gotten out of NATO is nothing except to protect Europe from the Soviet Union and now Russia. I mean, we've helped them for so many years. We've never gotten anything. Except we pay for NATO. And we paid for many years until I came along. We paid for, in my opinion, 100% of NATO because they weren't paying their bills. And all we're asking for...
Like, it's just a lie. Like, he's just lying. He's just wrong because, again, brain leaking out of ears.
Is to get Greenland, including right title and ownership, because you need the ownership to defend it. You can't defend it on a lease. Number one, legally it's not defensible that way, totally. And number two, psychologically, who the hell wants to defend a license agreement or a lease, which is a large piece of ice in the middle of the ocean where...
What does that... Bro, what does that even mean? Who wants to defend a large... Like, a lease? That's a legally binding contract? What? I don't even know what to say. Like, what is this? I'm glad I'm not going through this whole thing, because what the fuck is he talking about, bro? Leases are legally binding fucking contracts. If you don't pay your fucking lease, you get evicted from your house. Like, what do you mean? Huh? If your house gets, I don't know, destroyed by a bomb or something, insurance is probably going to pay out because of that shit. Now, if your house is getting destroyed by a bomb, there may be slightly other bigger concerns that are at play, but you're going to get paid by insurance in order to help find a new house or rebuild. I don't know, man. This is just incredibly fucking stupid, man.
If there is a war, much of the action will take place on that piece of ice. Think of it. Those missiles will be flying right over the center of that piece of ice.
Why?
All we want from Denmark...
Why? Why? Like, there's a war, and hypothetically speaking, why would it be it's centered in Greenland? In a empty sheet of ice, like you're saying, that hardly has any U.S. bases or something. I don't understand. Like, why? Apparently the rumor, and this is what it's been sort of in the rumor mill at this point, yeah, it's mostly meant to be a veiled threat. He wants to just attack Greenland, right? Or at least, still try to go ahead with buying it, even though the Europeans have all said, no, we don't, no, fuck off. The Danish have said no. Nobody like wants this whatsoever. Like, go away. Like, rapist mentality from the rapist fucking president, as always. Everyone has been constantly saying, like, no one wants this. Like, this is fucking stupid. You're being stupid. It's nonsensical. And I've talked about this before, but the only reason why he says this stuff is because Stephen Miller just really hates European democracies. That's, like, literally it.
For national and international security, and to keep our very energetic and dangerous potential enemies at bay, is this land on which we're going to build the greatest golden dome ever built. We're building a golden dome that's going to, just by its very nature, going to be defending Canada. Canada gets a lot of freebies from us, by the way. They should be grateful also, but they're not. I watched your Prime Minister yesterday. He wasn't so grateful. But they should be grateful to us. Canada lives because of the United States. Remember that, Mark, the next time you make your statements.
Cope? You fucking... Yeah, Cope. Whoa. No, I can't believe that the Canadian Prime Minister says that it's over for us. Yeah. The GDP is tanking. The economy is tanking. The United States of America. The dollar is tanking. Everything about America is basically tanking. Education's worse. People are getting deported. It's a fucking police state. Like, I don't know. Like, honestly, fucking cope and seethe about the fact that the country that you're running is being turned to a third world fucking shithole.
What we did for Israel was amazing, but that's nothing compared to what we have planned for the United States, Canada, and the rest of the world. We are going to build a dome like no other. We did it for Israel. And by the way,
by the way, like, unironically, I wonder why Canada might not be a big fan of you in particular and is looking to separate from you when you literally, on Truth Social, tweeted out an image of you trying to build the Empire of Britannia, like in code fucking Geass, having, like, the flag of America imposed on Greenland, Canada, and Venezuela. Like, what the fuck? Like, I wonder why we might be looking to separate a bit from you guys more and more so now. Because you're not a reliable ally. As Carney has said himself, and he was correct, by the way, got a standing ovation. One of 3 people to get a standing ovation at Davos, by the way. Joining people with, like Nelson Mandela and... well, also Zelensky, but, you know, Zelensky was fighting a total war at that point. Whatever. One of 3 people to get a standing ovation at fucking Davos, which never fucking happens, because he was willing to take a brave step that your dumbass just is coping and fucking seething about, because it's a direct challenge to your supposed fucking authority that you have over us. Like, fuck off. If there was a hypothetical invasion of Canada and the U.S. tries to occupy us, that's not going to go well for the United States whatsoever, because guess what? Our country has a population of about like 40 million people, and they would all be incredibly fucking hostile to the United States.
Well, maybe stop taking credit for the dome. That's our technology. That's our stuff. But they had a lot of courage, and they were good fighters, and they did a good job, and we wiped out the Iran nuclear threat like nobody can believe. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. That, Venezuela, taking down Soleimani, wiping out al-Baghdadi when he tried to reinstitute ISIS.
Al-Baghdadi was trying... No, they were trying to... What? Soleimani was fighting ISIS. Okay, whatever. And also, Venezuela hasn't been taken down. Delcy Rodriguez is in power. The Chavistas are still in power. Okay, whatever.
We did a lot. I did a lot of big things. All perfectly executed. Everyone was perfectly executed. Somebody told me that, a military expert told me, sir, everything you've done has been perfectly executed. I said, I know.
Oh, I'm
so
sure.
other presidents have spent, whether foolishly or not, trillions and trillions of dollars on NATO and gotten absolutely nothing in return. We've never asked for anything. It's always a one-way street.
By the way, this is also the same guy who's complained about trillions and trillions being spent on Iraq and fucking Afghanistan as well. And it's just like... Now, again, dude's just a fucking hypocrite. He's just a hypocrite. He doesn't believe in any of this stuff. Like, he just does this because schizo, brain leaking out of ears. It's just dumb. It's dumb. He doesn't know what he's fucking talking about. Like... If the U.S. loses NATO, goodbye to its superpower status. The only reason why the United States maintains that fucking status right now... he did want to bomb Afghanistan again and reoccupy Afghanistan again to get the fucking airbase. Not happening, by the way. This is just not... It's not going to... If the U.S. doesn't have NATO anymore, if NATO is gone... Goodbye to the U.S.'s superpower status. The only reason why we even deal with your stupid-looking head ass is because of the, defensive alliance that we have with fucking NATO. It's only going to get fucking worse, by the way, if NATO is decided to, or rather, he decides to try to get rid of NATO by trying to, like, invade Greenland or something. I don't know. It's just, It's one of those things where it's so stupid and fucking nonsensical. It doesn't make any sense geopolitically or strategically whatsoever, but he's just doing this because Stephen Miller fucking whispered sweet nothings in his ear about NATO being all that stinky or whatever.
Now they want us to help them with Ukraine. And let me say, we're going to. I'm really helping, not even them. I want to see, last week, if you saw, it was 10,000.
I mean, NATO's purchasing weapons from the United States, and they are handing that over to the Ukrainians. So, huh? They're already, like, this is why Carney made a speech that he did in saying, like, we can't rely on the United States of America anymore because they are just willing to go back on their word in a flash. Why rely on someone like this? You can't.
Soldiers, but last month it was 31,000 soldiers died. 31,000. That's this room times, the number of people in this room times 30. Think of it. 30,000 soldiers died in 1 month. The month before it was 27,000. The month before that it was 28,000. The month before that it was 25,000. It's a bloodbath over there. And that's what I want to stop. It doesn't help the United States, but these are souls. These are young people. Look like you. Look like somebody.
He doesn't care about the war in Ukraine whatsoever. He's only pretending to care about that because he just wants to appease Putin, because he wants to give territory over to Putin, because I love Pootie Poo. He's my favorite little guy, despite the fact that Putin fucking hates him. Just like a real quick sort of I don't know, check on how much Putin apparently respects Trump. The Oreshnik is a medium-range ballistic missile that is nuclear fucking capable. Those are being launched into Ukraine, directly in violation of intermediate ballistic missile treaties that the US and the Russians have signed. If he respected you as much as you think he does, he would not have launched those missiles. But he did against the Ukrainians.
You're right in the front row. They go to war. Their parents are so proud. Oh,
yep, it's the Oreshnik.
2 weeks later, they're going to call your son's head's been blown off. I want to stop it. It's a horrible war. It's the worst since World War II. They keep going. They'll exceed World War II. The numbers are staggering. How many people they've lost. They don't want to talk about it. Ukraine and Russia lost just tremendous amounts. And I'm dealing with President Putin.
Not even close to that being the case whatsoever. Like, tens of millions died during World War II. Maybe like a couple million have died. Not to say that it's like, okay, not to say that what has happening in Ukraine isn't fucking bad, obviously. But in terms of just the sheer numbers for what the president is claiming, it's just like, it's not even close.
And he wants to make a deal, I believe. I'm dealing with President Zelensky, and I think he wants to make a deal. I'm meeting him today. He might be in the audience right now. But they got to get that war stopped because too many people are dying, needlessly dying. Too many souls are being lost. It's the only reason I'm interested in doing it. But in doing it, I'm helping.
There's been like 3 instances of them trying to make a deal, and the Russians have every single time just humiliated the U.S. and said, like, we're not interested, fuck you.
I'm helping NATO, and until the last few days when I told them about Iceland, they loved me. They called me daddy, right, last time. A very smart man said, he's our daddy. He's running it. I was like running it. I went from running it to being a terrible human being.
What? First off, you're mixing up Greenland and Iceland. Also, this is like the same thing that Tucker Carlson did with the whole daddy thing at like CPAC. It's a weird sort of like Freudian psychosexual thing where it's all about these people trying to express their partially pedophile shit, Boy Meets Mini, but also expressions of fucking power because they see them as like little children and they're the dad with the fucking belt looking to beat the ass of their unruly sort of child.
But now what I'm asking for is a piece of ice, cold and poorly located, that can play a vital role in world peace and world protection. It's a very...
Wait, you just said it's poorly located, but now it's like vital for protection. Like, okay, whatever.
All ask compared to what we have given them for many, many decades. But the problem with NATO is that we'll be there for them 100%. But I'm not sure that they'd be there for us. If we gave them the call, gentlemen, we are being attacked.
The time when the United States called Article 5 because of the terrorist attacks at 9/11 in 2001, there was a call of Article 5. Basically, every single NATO nation heeded the call, even though it was legally dubious at best. They still heeded the call. They went with you into Iraq. They went with you into Afghanistan. Just to say this is just, it's nonsensical. It's incredibly fucking disrespectful, and this dumbass is wondering why Mark Carney wants to separate from him. I wonder why.
We're under attack by such and such a nation. I know them all very well. I'm not sure that they'd be there. I know we'd be there for them. I don't know that they'd be there for us. So
but I
with all
thought
of
you
the
were
money
so
we spent,
strong.
all
You
of
wouldn't get attacked
blood,
by
sweat,
these
and tears,
nations.
I don't know that they'd be there for us. They're not there for us on Iceland, that I can tell you. I mean, our stock market took the first dip yesterday because of Iceland. So Iceland's already cost us a lot of money. But that dip is peanuts compared to what it's gone up. And we have an unbelievable future in that stock. That stock market is going to be doubled. We're going to hit 50,000, and that stock market's going to double in a relatively short
He mixed up Greenland and Iceland again.
period of time because of everything that's happening. But this is a good example. After giving NATO and European nations trillions and trillions of dollars in defense, they buy our weapons. We make the greatest weapons in the world, but now we're going to make them faster, much faster. You saw that. I put a cap on the salaries. Then I put no buybacks, no stock buybacks, no various other things that they were doing. I mean, they were making $50 million, but it would take them 3 years to give you a Patriot missile. I said, that's not good. My chauffeur can do a better job than that, and he makes slightly less than 50. They make big salaries. If they're going to make those big salaries, they're going to have to produce a lot faster. The good news is we have the greatest equipment in the world. Now we're going to start making it a lot faster. They're going to build additional plants. And all of the money that goes into stock buybacks is going to go into building plants. We're not allowing stock buybacks by defense companies any longer. They're going to build new plants to make Tomahawks, Patriots. We have the best equipment, F-35.
Is this even true, by the way? I've not seen any news about this, of like defense companies not being allowed to do stock buybacks anymore. Like, I've not... This would have been in the fucking news. So I'm going to just operate on the assumption that he's lying? Or something? Like, I don't know. Like, he keeps saying that, like, America needs to so desperately rearm, but why? I don't understand. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, what's the point of any of this bullshit? It turns out, like, I don't know, other, like, nations just have other priorities, and military spending is just, like, one of the, like, most of the recent things or something. Only said that on Truth Social. It's not an official EO. So why is he fucking saying this? So they can still do stock buybacks? Okay, so he's just lying then. Okay.
F-47, the new one just coming out. They say it's the most devastating plane, fighter jet ever. Who knows? They called it 47.
Oh boy, the
F-47 off. I wonder why they called it 47, what to think about that. But if I don't like it, I'm going to take that 47 off. But it's supposed to be the Stage 6. It's supposed to be the first Stage 6 plane. Undetectable, like our B-2 bombers were undetectable. They flew right over Iran. They were undetectable. And they did their job, and they got the hell out of there.
Well, that's because the Israelis were bombing the shit out of all the installations that could have possibly detected them. Yeah, they all got fucking bombed by the Israelis.
So we want a piece of ice for world protection, and they won't give it. We've never asked for anything else, and we could have kept that piece of land, and we didn't. So they have a choice. You can say yes, and we will be very appreciative.
The only time when the U.S. had bases on fucking Greenland, it was mostly after World War II, after Denmark became a part of NATO. Otherwise, they've not... I think they may have had some stuff during World War I for spying on, like, German U-boats and stuff. But I think that's about it. Otherwise, again, like, the only times when takeovers of Greenland have been sort of talked about is mostly just, like, hypotheticals within differing American State Departments. Otherwise, it's just, like, it's just not a thing. Again, Belle the Ranch video goes over this specifically. Talks about that there was a treaty, I forget the name of the treaty, a treaty that was signed in 1916 by the United States of America saying that Denmark has full sovereignty over the territory of fucking Greenland. So, I mean, I don't know. There's like every sort of like indication in treaty that has been signed over 100 fucking years ago saying the exact opposite of all the stupid nonsense this guy's fucking saying. So is he just going to break the treaty, I guess, or something? Who the fuck knows?
Or you can say no, and we will remember. A strong and secure America means a strong NATO, and that's one reason why I'm working every day to ensure our military is very powerful, our borders are very strong, and above all...
Treaty of the Danish West Indies. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. And also, like, you're trying to do everything right now to break apart NATO, but now you want to fucking... Because if he takes over Greenland, by the way, that's just going to break apart NATO, right? Like, NATO no longer exists. Like, if Article 5 doesn't get called on a theoretical sort of invasion there by the United States of America, it's just not going to fucking happen. And they've already said no to you trying to buy the territory. They're just like, no, we don't want you to. Also, the Greenlandic people have also said, like, no, we don't want you to. We don't want to be a part of the United States of America. Fuck off. So, like, what now? Are you just... You're going to have to fucking do an attack. And if the European nations and Canada don't call Article 5 on your fucking dumbass, and not everyone fucking heeds the call, then guess what? NATO is defunct as an institution. But who knows? Maybe they'll just go along with it. Who knows? I have, like... Who the fuck knows? There's already articles and provisions within NATO saying that you just can't do this. But does Trump know about any of that stuff? No, he doesn't.
Our economy is strong because national security requires economic security and economic prosperity, and we have the greatest that we've ever had. Biden and his allies destroyed our economy.
Inflation's gone up. The dollar is shitting the bed. The labor market is shitting the bed. The only thing that's going up is the stock market, but that's because the stock market isn't fucking real and it doesn't fucking matter. Who the fuck cares about the stock market? It's just a gotcha gambling machine that for whatever reason you're deciding that the United States has decided to base its whole economy on because of the feelings of some fucking rich people who buy a bunch of stocks. It's fucking stupid, dude.
Gave us perhaps the worst inflation in American history. They say 48 years, I say forever, but I think 48 years is the equivalent to forever.
I don't know how many times this has to be told to you, but you had a part to play in that because of your terrible fucking COVID policies, perhaps to why the inflation was so bad, and then the corporations and the companies said, like, maybe we can get away with this, like, global wave of inflation in order to justify raising prices on the average Americans and making a bunch more money. Because guess what? During that time of terrible inflation, all those companies were recording record profits. I wonder why.
It was 48 years or ever. It's terrible. Costing the typical family $33,000. What they did to this country should never, ever be forgotten. It's early.
Yeah, the dudes that you're fucking defending.
But he has to be rated as the worst president we've ever had by far. The auto pen did much of the damage. The auto pen, he was the auto pen president.
Bro, you're basically a fucking auto pen with a leaking brain. You're no different, dude.
Kind of things that he said. But now grocery prices, energy prices, airfares, mortgage rates, rent, and car payments are all coming down, and they're coming down fast. We inherited a mess. But we've done a hell of a job in 12 months. Under my most favored nation policy for drug prices, the cost of prescription drugs is coming down by up to 90%, depending on the way you calculate. You could also say 5, 6, 7, 800%. There are two ways of figuring that. But we have a favored nations policy that every president wanted, no president was able to get. I got it, and other nations approved it. And I had to use tariffs in order to get it because they said no way. In other words, a pill that cost 10% in London costs $130. They could cost $10 in London, cost $130
say the same or gone up
in New York or in Los Angeles. And I'd say, boy, that's bad. Friends of mine would say, we go to London, you can buy this stuff for nothing.
Gas isn't really cheap anymore. Doesn't
because
surprise me.
America was subsidizing every nation in the world because presidents allowed them to get away with it. It became very tough. So when I called up Emmanuel,
again, that's not how USAID works. It's not like every sort of the United States is subsidizing every nation in the world. It's stupid. Like, what else are you like? What are you supposed to say here besides, no, you're just dumb. You're fucking lying. You're wrong. And all you can really sort of say is just like, wow, this president, fucking dumbass. He has no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Once you guys rightfully cut us off up north, lumber's about to skyrocket in price. Oh, 1,000 fucking percent, boy meets many.
Macron, I watched him yesterday with those beautiful sunglasses. What the hell happened?
He has an eye problem. His eyes are more photosensitive. That's why he wears sunglasses. Because his eyes are sensitive to light. I don't know. It's really not that hard, dude.
But I watched him sort of be tough. But he was at $10 for a pill. And I said, Emmanuel, and I have all the big pharmaceutical companies are in total agreement. It wasn't easy, by the way. They're tough, smart. They've been getting away with the scam for a long time. But they gave it up. But they said, you'll never get the countries to approve it. I said, why is that? Because they won't. They always said, we're not paying anymore. Get the rest of the United States. Over the years, they stayed the same. We just went up. And I mean, we pay.
So this is like Trump's cockamamie attempt to try to lower drug prices within the United States of America by tariffing other drug companies in other countries, when all those other countries have their own price controls that the state negotiates with all those companies. That's how you're supposed to actually do it, but he thinks like tariffs are like a grab ball sort of solution to everything. Like, it's fucking stupid.
13, 14, 15 times more than some certain countries would. So I said, no, they'll approve it 100%. So you'll never get them to approve it. I said, I guarantee you. But I actually started with Emmanuel, who probably is in the room too. And I like him. I actually like him. Hard to believe, isn't it? And I said, Emmanuel, you're going to have to lift the price of that pill to $20, maybe $30. Think of that. That means it's a doubling.
So he's essentially trying to make Emmanuel Macron negotiate for his drug companies that exist within France to make it such that drugs within America cost $20 to $30 or something. Also, how many like French drug companies sell drugs within America? I have no fucking idea. Like just thinking about this for like literally 3 fucking seconds to just make you go like, what the fuck are you talking about? It just doesn't make any fucking sense.
Doubling of prescription drugs. Might be a tripling, might be a quadrupling. It's not easy. No.
I mean, with the ACA subsidies, by the way, those are still have not been put back in place quite yet. Premiums within the United States of America have doubled or tripled, but whatever. Like, there was 10 drugs that the IRA, that Joe Biden signed, not enough, by the way, but whatever, but 10 different drugs saw their prices precipitously drop down in terms of price. Insulin being the biggest one, of course, because Medicare was allowed to negotiate with the drug companies on drug prices. One of the better parts of I think it was the IRA, that Joe Biden had in that bill. And you're actively trying to destroy that shit. It's just not, it's stupid, dude.
Donald, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will, 100%. He said, no. You're asking me to double. I said, Emmanuel, you've been taking advantage of the United States for 30 years with prescription drugs. You really should do it. And you will do it. I have no doubt. In fact, I am 100%.
No, the reason why they're saying no is because it's a policy that just doesn't make any fucking sense, dude.
Sure, you're gonna. No, I will not do it. Because yes, in all fairness, he has to double or triple. Because the world being a bigger place than the United States, it's not that you meet in the middle. You just have to go up some, and we come down a lot. They go up a little, we come down a lot. So we're at $130. They're at 10. So they may have to go to 20 or 30. No more than that. I said, Emmanuel, you're gonna be doubling or tripling? No. I said, here's the story, Emmanuel. The answer is you're gonna do it fast. And if you don't, I'm putting a 25% tariff on everything that you sell into the United States and a 100% tariff on your wines and champagnes. And that's about 10 times more than what I'm requesting.
By the way, this 200% tariff that he's basically threatening right now, he backed off of that shit basically immediately. Because guess what? More than likely, whatever CIA handler decided to walk up to him and say, like, sir, you're molesting the money too much. Stop molesting the fucking money.
And you're going to do it. I don't want to go public with it, but you may make me do that. No, Donald, I will do it. I will do it. It took me, on average, 3 minutes a country. Saying the same thing. You will do it. They all said, no, I will not do it. You're asking me to double the cost of prescription. I said, that's right, because you've been screwing us for 30 years. And they said, we will not do it. I said, that's all right. On Monday morning, we're putting a 25, 30, 50. I gave different numbers for different countries. This is also national security we're talking about. Not fair. We're not going to subsidize the whole world. And every one of those countries have agreed to do it. So one of the biggest things that I've done is the fact that we have now most favored nation. We will pay whatever the lowest price is in the entire world. So our drug prices are going to be coming down by staggering 90%. Again, you could say 1,000%, 2,000%. Depends on the way you want to figure it, but we'll go with the way.
That's not how that fucking works, man. It's not that. It's not how percentages work, man. Like, if it was 1,000, 2,000%, then the fucking pharmaceutical companies would be giving you extra fucking bottles, man. It's stupid. Yeah, like, that's a good point, Boy Meets Smitty. How, like, the evidence to suggest that European companies have been screwing the United States on drug prices is just fucking stupid. It's just dumb. We've went over this point before, but the idea that tariffs are going to be used as a mechanism on European companies to bring down drug prices when it's in reality American drug companies that are doing this, because there's like certain controls that make it such that only American companies can sell drugs within America. It's nonsensical. No, the only way to fix this is to have Medicare and Medicaid be able to negotiate for fucking drug prices. If you want those to go down. That's how every other nation has done it, and it's been successful in all of them. But does Trump understand that? No, because he just wants people to die. That's it.
The way the fake news likes it better, because it sounds, can you imagine a 90% reduction sounds much worse? But drug prices are going to be coming down tremendously in all the nations.
No, it'd be 90% reduction because it's how percentages work, man. That's just how they work.
I'm doing it, but they did it. In all fairness, without tariffs, I wouldn't have been able to get it done. After declining $3,000 under Biden, real incomes are up in the United States by $2,000, $3,000, and even $5,000 and more. Home ownership has always been a symbol of health and vigor of American society, but that goal fell out of reach for millions and millions of people in the Biden era because interest rates went up so high. Today, I'm taking action to bring back this bedrock of the American dream. In recent years, Wall Street giants and
yeah, so this policy that he's saying right now for a bunch of Wall Street giants, quote unquote, it turns out like private equity firms like BlackRock, because he's only talking about single family homes, it turns out that those guys only own about 0.5% of single family housing within the United States of America. And most of it is apartment blocks. Apartment buildings. It's not single family housing that most of the private equity firms own in terms of, well, houses. He's just wrong.
Institutional investment firms, many of you are here, many of you are good friends of mine, many of you are supporters. Sorry to do this to you, I'm so sorry. but you've driven up housing prices by purchasing hundreds of thousands of single-family homes, and it's been a great investment for them. Often as much as 10% of houses on the market. You know, the crazy thing is a person can't get depreciation on a house, but when a corporation buys it, they get depreciation.
Again, 0.5%.
Okay, it's something we're gonna have to think about too. I don't know if too many people think about that. You buy a corporation, they buy 500 houses, they buy hundreds of thousands, they buy 500 houses, they can take depreciation. A person sweats and works and buys one house, they can't. But homes are built for people, not for corporations, and America will not become a nation of renters. We're not gonna do that. That's why I have signed an executive order banning.
Too late, buddy. Again, because here's the thing with a proposal like this. On paper, it sounds really good, but then you have to. It's all about the attention and the details. How many fucking loopholes are in this for companies to be able to get around this? Ultimately, it's a big question, right? And we've seen the stats and the statistics in this. The people who, generally speaking, own single-family homes within the United States of America are single families or different fucking banks, because they're the ones who lease out those houses to people. That's how housing has generally speaking worked within, well, the West and generally in the capitalist sort of system. The single family homes that are owned by like BlackRock and private equity firms like that, it's only 0.5% of homes. It's nothing. It's a tiny percentage. Again, most of the homes that are owned by private equity firms tend to be within cities, not single family homes, but they tend to be like brown houses or townhouses or apartment complexes, because there's a lot more units in a more confined space. And they own them because they tend to be rent stabilized units that they want to drive out all the tenants from living in those units by not addressing any of their fucking issues and any of their complaints, driving them out of those houses when they inevitably not be able to pay any of their rents because they're trying to price them out with skyrocketing fucking rents. They want to drive them out, take them out of rent stabilization, and basically turn them into a bunch of speculative real estate assets for a bunch of foreign capital investors to be able to, well, invest in. That's the actual point.
Large institutional investors from buying single-family homes. It's just not fair to the public. They're not able to buy a house. And I'm calling on Congress to pass that ban into permanent law, and I think they will.
That's
one
not
of the biggest
gonna do
barriers to saving
anything.
for a down payment has been surging credit card debt. The profit margin for credit card companies now exceeds 50%, one of the biggest. And they charge Americans interest rates of 28%.
Okay, are you going to give amnesty to credit card payers? Or are you going to try to go after their credit card debt or anything? No, probably not.
31%, 32%, whatever happened to usury? So to help our citizens recover from the Biden disaster, all caused by this horrible precedent.
He's going to say
I'm asking
stupid.
Congress to cap credit card interest rates at 10% for 1 year. And this will help millions of Americans save for a home. They have no idea they're paying 28%. They go out there a little late in their payment and they end up losing their house. It's terrible.
I mean, again, like, that can be a really good fucking policy there in particular that Trump is basically saying. It can happen. Could actually be good, but here's the fuck thing. Tension in the fucking details. If he actually goes ahead with capping fucking interest rates on credit cards. But personally, because I know he said that he was going to have a housing proposal within Davos, and he was going to fucking talk about that. I guess that was it. And for the most part, it's something that's barely going to make a dent in terms of the housing problem within the United States of America, and something that, depending on the sort of attention to detail and how the bill is generally speaking written, could potentially be good. I don't really know, though. Like, it's a little fucking strange. But in reality, like, is he going to follow through with any of these quote-unquote supposed populist policies that he's been talking about? Every single time he's talked about a particular policy, he's never gone through with it whatsoever. So you can't really trust anything that Trump has to say. His word is basically meaningless. Windmills, aka wind turbines, because to make power, you spin a turbine. That's what generates the power. It's a rotor that's in a wind turbine. It's not a windmill. Windmills harness the wind in order to crush grain. But does Trump know any about any of that stuff? No. But he's doing the exact same, like, stupid schizo bullshit about wind turbines again.
Windmills all over Europe. There are windmills all over the place, and they are
Yeah, because they were used to crush grain. Now you're talking about wind turbines. Those are used to generate power. Yeah.
One thing is that the more windmills a country has, the more money that country loses, and the worse that country is doing.
I don't understand where this like schizophrenic delusion came from Trump about wind turbines. Like, who did he listen to in particular for him to get this like autistic fixation of his on wind turbines? I just don't understand. Like, what caused this? Who did this? Why would they do this? I can only assume it's because of some conspiratorial dumbass he was like fucking listening to, because he's a fucking dumbass himself, but whatever. Like, what? Like, who? How? Why? Like, I just don't understand. Like, this, like, strange delusion he has with, like, windmills is... wind turbines, rather, is just... It's just perplexing to me. I don't understand. He also did the same thing with RFK Jr., where they talked about how wind turbines are killing a lot of whales, when that's just not the case whatsoever. Again, just a delusion by a bunch of conspiratorial fucking freaks. I don't know. I saw like a cartoon about this thing, like, oh, here's this ocean. It's disgusting. It looks ugly with all these turbines here. And then there's a bunch of oil rigs there instead. And he's like, oh, now it's beautiful. Like, it's just dumb, man.
China makes almost all of the windmills. And yet I haven't been able to find any wind farms in China. Did you ever think of that? It's a good way of looking at it. They're smart. China's very...
Well, because they're trying to transition right now to more renewable energies. And they've been putting up more and more wind farms ever since they're transitioning from all that coal power that they, again, were using as a transitionary step to go to a more green, sustainable, like, power infrastructure. That's how you do that. But Donald Trump would prefer to regress to fucking fossil fuels. And again, like, the only reason why China is now leagues ahead of the US in terms of manufacturing solar panels, electric vehicles, and also wind turbines is because of you, motherfucker, basically deciding to be like, we should still just drill, baby, drill, and stay with the oil. Ever since the first term of his administration, more and more oil permits. And by the way, Biden didn't do shit about this, by the way. Bastard. But, you know, I wasn't expecting the Democrats to do anything about this whatsoever, because they, too, are also in bed with all these fossil fuel fucking companies, just like his dumbass is. We all know that the Chinese are leagues ahead in comparison to the United States and everybody else in terms of green technology, because you just decided to leave that on the table for them.
Very smart. They make them, they sell them for a fortune. They sell them to the stupid people that buy them.
As far as I can tell, they're like the cheapest form. They're as cheap as they can get right now. This isn't 20 years ago, Trump, but then again, I guess your mind is stuck there because you're just an old doddering dipshit.
But they don't use them themselves. They put up a couple of big wind farms, but they don't use them. They just put them up to show people.
So you're saying that they did put them up, but it's just all for PR and show? But how do you know, like, that they're taking them down? Have you seen any evidence of this? Like, you probably have satellites that can see that shit. Has that happened? My bet is probably not.
What they could look like. They don't spin. They don't do anything. They use a thing called coal, mostly. But China goes with the coal. They go with oil and gas. They're starting to look at nuclear, windmills.
Yeah, because again, like has been said before, they're looking to transition their power infrastructure from stuff that's cheaper and dirtier, not so cheap anymore. Green energy is now becoming way, way more cheap in order to transition their power infrastructure. That this is like pretty fucking normal. This is standard type shit. But here, again, we've seen that already. The tariffs that Trump was implementing have essentially been backed off. So he was looking to implement 10% tariffs on the entirety of the EU because he wasn't getting his way with fucking Greenland because he's a fucking child. It's fucking stupid. Now, what exactly does this mean? He's He's saying that he's formed a framework for a future deal with respect to Greenland with the General Secretary of NATO. From what I understand in the rumor mill, this is the rumor mill, that apparently some parts of Greenland are going to be given as sovereign territorial state to the United States of America so they can build some military bases on there, even though they have the ability to be able to do that through NATO, and they could just negotiate with the Danish to be able to do that. But again, the only reason why they want to conquer Greenland is because of Stephen Miller. Purely, it's because of the fact that Stephen Miller is just jealous of the fact that European democracies are better than that of the United States of America. They produce better outcomes in terms of society, in terms of its material conditions, in terms of education in comparison to the shithole that is the United States of America because of his and Donald Trump's rule. Based upon a very productive meeting that I have had with Secretary General of NATO, Mark Rutte, we have formed the framework of a future deal with respect to Greenland, and in fact, the entire Arctic region. NATO, man, we have interests in the Arctic region, same with the Danish, because of Greenland being right there. We're a part of NATO, man. You already had the ability to, probably do whatever you would want to if you just, negotiate and communicated with us. But you don't want to do that because, Pax Americana, random fucking schizo shit. Based upon this understanding, I will not be imposing the tariffs that were scheduled to go into effect on February 1st. Additional discussions are being held concerning the Golden Dome as it pertains to Greenland. I don't know why he wants to put his fucking piss dome over Greenland. I know that, apparently Mark Carney has asked for the fucking piss dome. Okay, whatever. Because he was more so trying to do the whole appeasement of Trump sort of strategy at that point. That obviously was not working, and Mark Carney was just like, you know what, we're just going to make a deal with the Chinese instead. Fuck this bullshit. Fuck this dumbass. He's just too unreliable, and the U.S. is proving to be more and more unreliable and unstable because of all the, insane geriatric dipshits that are currently going into power, more and more so. So, what's the fucking point of any of this? It's fucking stupid. Further information will be made available as discussions progress. Vice President J.D. Vance, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Special Envoy Steve Witkoff, and various others are, as needed, will be responsible for the negotiations. They will report directly to me. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So I guess the tariffs are now gone because of some quote-unquote productive conversation, which is probably going to end up being the United States is going to build more military bases on Greenland or some shit. And here, Gavin Newsom also was at Davos as well, which makes a lot of sense why he was probably there specifically, considering that California is the 5th largest economy on the planet. That's one state in the United States of America, so probably makes a lot of sense that he's there. Why don't we take a look?
We're going to help the people in California. We want to have no crime. I know Gavin was here. I used to get along so great with Gavin when I was president. Gavin's a good guy. And if he needed it, I would do it in a heartbeat. I'd love to see. We did help them a lot in Los Angeles, a lot with the early.
Boy Meets Mini. Were the Marines and National Guardsmen a big help within Los Angeles? Resident Los Angeles expert and resident in the fucking chat. Were they a big help? As far as I could tell, they mostly just milled about and did not much of anything. And eventually, the courts were just like, fuck off with this bullshit. This is illegal. No more random fucking deployments of the National Guardsmen within LA. Fuck that bullshit. I don't think Boy Meets Mini is here. Fuck you, Boy Meets Mini. Bastard. You failed me yet again, Boy Meets Mini. Alright, Boy Meets Mini's dumbass isn't fucking here. God damn you, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, there's been basically zero indication to say that the National Guardsmen or the deployment of the Marines have done anything whatsoever in order to be able to sort of take care of the crime situation that was happening in Los Angeles. Again, the only reason why Trump even deployed them to begin with is because he saw 5 Waymo fucking vehicles get turned over and burnt by the residents of Los Angeles. That is literally it.
Early in my term when they had some problems, but we would love to do it. I would say this, if I were a Democrat governor or whatever, I would call up Trump. I'd say, come on in, make us look good, because we're cutting crime down to nothing. And
there's just... They were already cutting crime down from the 30-year highs it was experiencing because of what? COVID. That you mismanaged. You had a part to play in for as to why crime got fucking worse within the United States of America. But it's consistent with Republicans. They can't take any responsibility for any of their fucking actions. They just can't do it on purpose.
We're taking people out, career criminals, who are only going to do bad things, and we're bringing them back to their countries.
I'm sure.
Where we've done it, it's been...
He's been mostly going after American citizens.
It's been amazing, and we have a capacity to do it at much greater levels. We're cutting illegal aliens off welfare and other government benefits, and I've directed that...
That's just a lie, by the way. They're just not on welfare. They're not American citizens. They don't have the ability to be able to access welfare. They just can't. They just can't access it. This is just a lie. This is like the whole quote-unquote waste, fraud, and abuse that these dumbasses are supposedly fucking cutting. But illegal migrants can't even access these services to begin with.
Starting immediately, there will be no more payments to sanctuary cities because they are really just sanctuaries for criminals. They're really protecting criminals, and those are the ones we have to get out of the country, murderers.
I don't know how many times this has to be said, and the only reason why this talking point is allowed to fucking persist is because of just how weak and ineffective Democrats have been in terms of defending sanctuary city policies. All sanctuary city policies stipulate is that local policemen do not have to or cannot work with federal enforcement agents when it comes to immigration enforcement. That is literally it. They don't have to fucking do that. Because again, given the actions of ICE from their current quote-unquote officers, most of the stuff that those dumbasses have been doing has been illegal.
Drug dealers, the mentally insane, they emptied their mental institutions into the United States.
He still doesn't know what asylum means.
That, we have the lowest crime numbers that we've ever had in the history of the country. Just came out.
Yeah, because of stuff that Democrats have been doing with their community sort of policies that you cut off the funding for. Yeah. Just, they can't, like, these people, they just can't take responsibility for any of their fucking actions, man. They just can't do it.
But equally importantly, we're cracking down on more than $19 billion in fraud that was stolen by...
I assume he's probably doing some random schizo Nick Shirley bit right there or something. I remember, like, Gavin Newsom just basically looked at that and reacted to it on CNN, saying it was really boring and nonsense, trying to, like, aura farm off of the situation. Again, Gavin Newsom is no one's fucking savior whatsoever. He is also an eternal fucking Satan who will never really fix any of the problems within the United States of America, because he's, again, paid by these same sort of, like, oligarchic fucking stooges. What else is there to really say? What is there to really, really fucking say whatsoever in terms of this fucking moron? His whole speech is just completely nonsensical. Just from the tidbits that I've seen alone, he just lies. It doesn't fucking matter. There's no point in inherently trying to go over and debunk literally everything he fucking says. He just lies as much as he fucking breathes. That's it. And he has a bunch of clapping seals ready to be like, oh, look at the president owning Gavin Newsom and Mark Carney, because they're in a fucking cult. That's like literally it. They're in a cult. They don't know any better because they just can't know any better. because they are wholeheartedly incapable. I'm talking about Trump supporters here specifically, and conservatives in general are wholeheartedly incapable of engaging in basic fucking critical thinking functions. So this dumbass, like, ranting, raving fucking old moron can mix up Iceland and Greenland and it won't fucking matter. All of his, like, dumbass fucking lunatics who support him will just be like, oh, soy! Look at my heckin' president. He's doing so well. And just continue to coddle this fucking moron like a goddamn baby. Obviously, this fucking speech, nonsensical. Fucking stupid. Zero or in comparison to what the speech that Mark Carney fucking had just the day before at fucking Davos. But then again, I shouldn't really expect anything less from this avaricious, pedophilic, orange buffoon known as Donald John Trump. Don't think there's really much else to say besides, your dumbass is in the Epstein files. You should fucking release those. Pedophile. No windows. Didn't want you to do that. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? Boy Meets Mini has failed me for the last time. Curse you, Boy Meets Mini. Blah, 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 blah. ICE is allowed to break into your home? Oh boy, that's cool. Why must there always be so much going on? Alright. Who am I rating out to today, dude? Ugh. Ugh. Excuse me. You know what? I'm gonna rate out to Epic Prawn. This Prawn was in chat. So I'm rating out to Prawn. Why not? Fuck it. Alright, dorks. You know what to do, you know what to say. Transfer out with the Daho raid buff if you're a sub. If you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. That's how I show appreciation. Those who are in Tuning Case Gamers, I will be back tomorrow. And we'll just keep doing more of the fucking same. Yapping and talking about the news and playing more Factorios. No. Try not to procrastinate as much as I have been. Anywho, gamers, I will be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.